Hello everyone, and welcome. As you can tell by my very happy demeanor, today we're going to be doing something really exciting. We're going to be doing pathfinding. Yay. Alright. We're actually going to be doing that. Not excited about that. Well, I did pathfinding yesterday. Today I'm going to do path following. The path is found. We need to follow it. Slightly less complicated. But for whatever reason, my brain has decided that this is something I don't like. So, here we are. Yeah, not super excited about this, but hello everyone. Right before the stream started, I fell down the worst rabbit hole you can possibly fall down. Something that I had heard about. I heard rumors, legends, chatter, whispers in back rooms, but I'd never seen it with my own eyes. And it's the ridiculous AI-generated content on YouTube. I knew that YouTube was flooded by AI-generated content. I knew it was probably really shitty content and the entire thing would probably be really, really bad. I don't know why exactly. I don't even remember how it started. Like, it genuinely rotted my brain so much that I don't even remember what video I was watching originally that led me to watching that. But because I was watching some video in incognito mode, I wasn't logged into my account. And whatever video that was, for whatever reason, they decided that the suggestions would be entirely AI. So I watched some cats going on vacation, animals racing, or whatever the fuck was even going on. Most of them don't really have what you may call a plot, basic logic, or, cinematic techniques. So don't expect a whole lot from them. But somehow I was just fascinated by this because of how absolutely fucking shitty they are. And the fact that absolutely everyone in the comments is loving them. Like, clearly you know that these cats aren't real cats going on vacation by themselves. I don't believe you are that stupid. So clearly you know that the video is fake, even if you don't know that it's AI. What makes you so excited about watching a video so devoid of soul? Fascinating. I felt like an alien arriving on Earth for the first time. This is my first day on Earth. And like, let me see what these humans are watching. I see. Except it's the other way around, because I'm human, they're probably not. They're probably all bots from the people who made the content. People is a strong word there. To the, again, strong word, people that comment on the content. But yeah, that was happening right before the stream. Which is, well, I usually start the stream about 3-4 minutes early. That way I can start the proper stream at the time that I scheduled it. After the ads. But today I was especially eager to start the stream early just so I could force myself to look away, because it's kind of like a train wreck type of situation. It's horrible, but you cannot look away. Okay. Lucky for us, there's no AI where we're going today except for very broken, very basic game AI. So we don't have to deal with that. Any of that. It is over now. I am safe. I may have PTSD, but I am safe. AI-generated cats, cows, and huskies cannot hurt me. At the very least, brain rot is funny. I'll just say that. It's not really funny, but sometimes it can be funny. Like, the Italian brain rot is not funny, but it's really funny watching people losing their minds because it's saying something a little offensive. So, in that sense, it can be funny. This is just... there's genuinely just no point to it. All right. Yesterday, I built pathfinding for this ghost game, AI-generated ghost game. I AI vibe coded the generation for the pathfinding. We ended up with this horribly optimized code. Wait, what? I wrote this horribly optimized code, not AI. Oh shit. Fuck. Gotta take responsibilities for my own actions, I guess. Alright, so yes, I wrote... the code itself is okay. The part that is unoptimized is the priority queue that it uses, because it's literally just an array that pretends to be a queue. It's essentially two arrays stacked on top of each other wearing a trench coat. Also, off stream, I organized my code a little bit because it was a fucking mess. This main function used to have 500 lines of code because literally everything was in here. But I finally caved. I had to create... Where even is it? Where even is it? Here in map, I think. No, wait, but what? This file is empty? Alright, hold on. Did I just lose half my code, or...? Okay, here. Here, in setup. Okay. I moved all of this boilerplate stuff, like implementation of components and registration of systems, into their own file. Functions to create entity archetypes, all of that stuff I moved into the setup function. Then I created a whole bunch of others that apparently aren't needed, so let me delete them. This one and this one are not being used, so we're gonna get rid of them real quick. And yeah, now my main function, my main file only has 80 lines of code. And frankly, that's mostly because of the event handler, which I should move into the engine and like generalize a little bit. So until I do that, I'm not gonna move it. But yeah, that's it. I think that's it. That's all I have to say. All right. Anything else to say? There's usually announcements. Let me go to the pull requests real quick. There's 3. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was gonna talk about this pull request. I kind of knew that these 2 were opened because I get notifications for them, but I haven't even looked at them, so I'm not gonna talk about them yet. Though there is a fix here. So maybe I should look at that one. Because actually, MX, you mentioned that one, but oh well. The one I was going to talk about is this. Some optimizations, mostly for graphics. That is coming to the system soon. I just gotta wait for some changes that I myself made. They need to be merged into this to make sure that there's no conflicts. Because I did some proper blending for pixels for when you're drawing transparent or semi-transparent pixels. Because until now, the way that transparent PNGs were being rendered, well, PNGs, BMPs, images, anyway, were being rendered in this game was just a very basic, if the pixel is completely transparent, just don't draw it. Because those images only have completely transparent or completely opaque pixels. In reality, you can have anything in between. So this code should handle that properly. And today I also started looking into debug symbols because a while ago I added stack tracing, or back tracing is the correct word for it, I guess. So you can see when something crashes, which functions called the function that crashed. Because if it says, oh, it crashed at memset, that doesn't really tell you a whole lot. Memset is literally used or memcopy. They're literally used everywhere. So it's not super helpful. But with a backtrace, it tells you a little bit more. However, it tells you an address. In order to resolve that address and tell you the file and line number and function name in which it crashed, boy oh boy, it honestly made me sad. I started looking into it a little bit this afternoon. It just made me sad. There's a state machine involved to read debug information. There's a state machine. So seeing that made me sad and made me not want to do it. So that's really all I can say. I mean, I do need to do it because ideally we can give you some debug information on where something is crashing. It's gonna help for debugging a whole lot, especially those issues that happen sporadically in the system. There's a couple that happen every once in a while. It's gonna be really helpful for those. But yeah, having to implement a state machine for that is just sad. It just feels... That's how it feels. I hope the noise cancellation didn't get rid of most of that, but it was a very prolonged sigh. All right. Okay. Path. Finding and following. Wait, hold on. The fix was because if you pressed enter in the terminal, the prompt got printed 2 times and removed 2 lines, which caused this issue. Hold on, I genuinely didn't... I know you mentioned it during yesterday's stream, I think, or on Discord. I think I've made it clear that my memory is not the best. I see what you mean. Prints double. Got it. All right. I'll take a look at your PR after the stream. Didn't realize that was there, so it's a fix for that. And use public file access functions rather than DirectOS calls. Oh, this I may not be okay with. This may not be okay, actually. Same reason I've mentioned in the past about nested syscalls not being supported. This is in a different branch, so I can't even check where these are being used. Probably should check the OS. Alright, I'll have to look at this PR later as well. There's an issue also. Oh, this is old. I think this one is mostly resolved. There's still some issues with PNG, but it's mostly resolved. I was working on PNG a few days ago, 2 days ago, I think. Haven't had a lot of time to do it besides that, but at least uncompressed, I believe, works. Kind of. Kinda works, yeah. I tried an uncompressed picture of Jester yesterday, but too fat came up on the screen as an error message, and then it just like crashed. So, oh well. Alright, let's see where we left off with our game. By the way, I noticed something really funny yesterday. Okay, let me put it this way. If you compare the way that I move now compared to the way that I moved in yesterday and the way that the people moved yesterday and even the way that possessed objects move, you'll notice that everything is much slower. It's not lag, it's not a bug. I mentioned that they created this setup.c file. And the setup.c file, this is again proof that you don't need to be smart to create an operating system. You can be a complete fucking dumbass and still do it. Even though this is a game, like I still created both things and I still did it. This register systems function is the one that is in charge of creating all the systems that the entity component system architecture then uses to update the game logic, the game state. So this is the game logic, right? So I was registering these systems, which essentially just calls some functions. What does it even do? Oh yeah, it keeps pointers to the functions that each system has and then just runs them. Simple. Tiny issue with that. It was being called twice. It was being called first here by the setup and then by this create entities. It was being called in here as well. So we were actually duplicating every single system, which means every single system ran twice. So things like player and character speed were being run twice per frame. So that's why everything was twice as fast as it is now. You don't need to be smart to create an operating system. If I can do it, anyone can. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you know what? We could create a time warp system by just abusing this. Really. Also, by just altering the delta time. That's another way to create a time warp system that I think is probably a lot more reliable. This is not that delta time was half. It's that every function was being called twice. So delta time was double. Hello, Jester. Yeah. So everything's slower now. Which means that all the speeds that I calculated for the game are probably too slow now. And also, that was probably producing a bunch of glitches, I'm assuming. This is the speed of gravity now. It feels more realistic, to be completely honest. It's just missing mass, you know? There's just no mass anymore. But the input feels a lot more reliable. So that's good. And also that explains some messages that showed up duplicated. Anyway. Incredible. Incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. Falling speed and trajectory is theoretically not related to mass, if not for pesky air. True. But we're not creating No Man's Sky, so we don't have to deal with that. Also, we don't have mass. Unlike you, fat ass. Where is this print coming from? Doesn't look to be any of these. So it must be coming from the system itself. Must be here. No. Print. Just print. None of these. So printel must be you. No. Who the fuck? Who's calling that? I've wanted to create a more robust printing system that tells you where something is being printed from, but I haven't yet. So, Mister, please, I need you to not be there. No, I'm not doing lapdog today. No, we're not. You're not. You're not my lapdog. You're not a lapdog. You're not. This damn dog. Oh my god. All right. Genuinely no idea where that print is coming from. What I didn't check for was this. I could do a printf macro using file and line. That is exactly what I was planning to do, yeah. Essentially standardizing a little bit of the printf. But I don't want to do those super long, annoying ass prints. If anything, I wanted to make them something like this. So not the full file name, but part of it. I don't know. I don't know yet. At the same time, I don't want to have to like process every single file name to create a readable string. So we'll see. And it shouldn't tell you line name anyway. It should just tell you like module message. That. But yeah, one of the things that I want to do in November. In November, by the way, I've been saying I am planning on, you know, doing a little bit of research of operating system structure, you know, microkernels, macrokernels, exokernels, popcorn kernels, all of that stuff. Seeing what inspiration we can draw a little bit, doing a little bit of more the research experimental type of thing. Security, for the love of God. Seeing what we can do about that, you know, preventing buffer overflows, stack overflows, heap overflow. That can that happen? We should look into it. Yeah. How exploitable is the system? Very. It's very. The answer is very, but like, let's have some fun with it. As well as, you know, coming up with interesting features, designing a little bit more of the overall architecture that I want the system to have, coming up with a plan for a goal to work towards when it comes to the system. That's my plan for after this game. So, in about 2 weeks. Probably not gonna be earlier than that. But you never know. Especially if I spend the first 28 minutes of the stream talking instead of coding. Alright, yesterday I created the code for handling pathfinding. So we can call this bake pathfinding, which doesn't really bake it. It just stores information so that pathfinding can be calculated later. Then we have this find path function. This is the one that's actually doing the pathfinding with the information stored by this one. But I'm keeping this function because maybe in the future I do want to bake pathfinding or pre-calculate some pathfinding, you know, and then I already have this function. And then, yeah, you create. You call this find path function, and you get back a path created for you. This should probably not be a hard-coded array. It should be malloced by the pathfinding algorithm itself. Most likely. Because it could have 5 paths or it could have 20 million. You don't know. But, I guess we'll see. That's an optimization that I don't care too much about. Because right now there's only 9 nodes in the paths. It's not going to grow beyond that for this game. So not super interested in making this more complicated. But I'll have to. I also just realized I'm not passing the... Oh, well, I'm not passing the address of this because it's already a pointer. Okay. So, in order to do proper pathfinding, we'll need to do it with a... Oh, it's not in this file anymore. Wait, is it? Okay, I don't know where everything is anymore. That's kind of a problem. Is it in game? Okay, it's here in game. The path following system is the one responsible for pathfinding and following a path or walking somewhere manually, because the way that the game works is to move between rooms you use pathfinding. To move within the room you just move traditionally. I'm so not used to this slow speed. So right now they're trying to access some objects that are in the other room. They're not able to. That's the first thing we need to detect. If the location that you're trying to go to is in a different room, you need to use the pathfinding system. If not, you just move normally. Yeah, that's about it. That's about as simple as it is. But we will need to create a system for that. All right. Okay, so I created an activity queue, which would actually be an interesting way of handling this. But the first thing, like I said, is we have to check if the location that we're trying to go to is in a different room. And that is based off of this vector value. How do we calculate if something is in a different room? We know the size of the rooms, so we need to standardize. I've written code like this multiple times, including this year when I created a terrain system, so I should be able to fucking do this. And yet, watch me fail. Watch me struggle. That's what you're here for. So when you see other people struggling with code, you feel a little better about you struggling with code. If that's what you're here for, welcome. It's about to happen. All right. To find out where in a room we are, it shouldn't be difficult. It should be just... Not sure what to return. So let me put a void for now. Find room vector2 location. Find room may not be the most descriptive name. It's not amazing. Okay, let's just make it return a vector2. It's probably the easiest thing you can do, because all you have to do here is return a locación, a vector2 created from the current location x divided by the game scale x, which is really the size of a room, if I'm not mistaken. That should be in setup. Can this microphone stand be a little quieter? Room size is game scale. Okay. So maybe I should have just called it room size instead of game scale. Okay. That didn't work, but that's just because I was halfway between... Yeah, halfway through writing a function when this came up. There is also some padding to the rooms, which is not really part of the setup. The padding is here. Can I put a const float in the header without any issues, or is that gonna be an issue? Seems like it isn't an issue. Okay. Seems like I can do that. Okay, the location y divided by the room size on the y-axis divided, no, plus the padding. That should give us which room we're currently in. Okay, so let's print and see. I'm in room FF. Destination is in room FF. And this is my location. And this is the destination room, which we calculate from the AI current activity vector value x. No, not x, the whole thing. Then we print that. I'm in room AI room x, AI room y, and DST room x, DST room y. Nope. They should be different because all the objects are currently in the first room and all the people are in the second room. So I'd be surprised if they were somehow in the same room. That's because I did the code wrong. One should be in 0, 0. The other one should be in 0, no, in 1, 0. Multiple definitions of bad. Okay. I was afraid that would happen. Easiest solution. Right, I didn't account for the fact that they are in floating point precision. So we need to this is why I wasn't sure what type to return, because vector 2 is not correct. There there should be a type. Something like that. Let me check our vector header. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, is that in the pull request? Yeah. This, or actually this, is kind of what I'm going for, but we should be able to just copy this type test for the time being and then just put it back. Oh, it already exists. Hold on. So I'm not entirely sure how this works. How do I create a type like this? Can I just do it like that? I have no idea how this stuff works. It's not complaining. Honestly, I don't even want to do this. I just need them to be integers. That's it. Wait. No, you don't like that. You like that, though. No. No, that absolutely fucking did not work. Maybe we need to explicitly floor it. Or maybe we need to just not use a vector type. Yeah, that's not working. That's not working. Although, you could argue 3 out of the 4 values are correct. Just this one should be a 1, not a 0, but obviously, no. That doesn't work. Floor should round to 0. That's what I want, but for the AI room, it should start at 1. So am I not creating them correctly? From what I'm seeing here, these are correct. Because the value of this... Ah, wait, hold on. There is one thing I didn't consider. And it's the fact that the print is wrong. We don't really account for that. Yeah. Okay. It is working. It is working. It's just the formatting that was wrong. So, now we know that... Yep. I'm in room 10 and destination is in room 00. Amazing. All right. If these are different in any way, then we need to account for that because we're in a different room. We need to pathfind to the correct room, and then after we've correctly path-found to the current room, we do this. Otherwise, we just do this if we are in the same room already. We're gonna start by creating a pathfinding component. Right, I don't have one. Right? No. Why do I feel like there is already one? Yeah, there was already one. Oh, it's a function. Path following also exists. Path follower. We happy now? Yes, we are. All right. Okay. Wait. Here. Those should be good enough to help us pathfind. Because we're going to be doing that through activities. We already have a whole activity system that's going to do this for us. And here's the way that it's going to work. All right, we're going to first get this path follower component for the current object. And what are we going to do? We're going to check if the pathfinding component... I haven't actually implemented this thing. Status is... probably gonna need this. Not equal to PF in progress. That's when we're gonna read, we're gonna do all of this. Okay. I was thinking if I should use a switch or an if, but I think I'm gonna use an if because there's some cases in which I want them to fall through, but not... I'd rather not abuse breaks in this case. Okay, first off, if the pathfinding is invalid, then we are going to want to set the current activity. How do we do that? Yep. Set it to none. Essentially, we failed. Whatever. If that's it, that's it, that's it. That's all we have to do. If we finished, we run the current logic. And when we're done with the current logic, we update our pathfinding component to pf not determined. That's it. That's the entire flow. I think invalid is not going to be implemented today, so I'm not going to put a whole lot of effort into it. But, incomplete also probably not going to be needed today, but we'll see. Worst case scenario, no, it's not going to be needed. Worst case scenario, there's only 4 paths that you have to follow before you reach your current destination. Okay. Actually, you know what? I do want to return early here. Because sometimes I don't want to return early. Next step. If the status is not determined. Oh, wait. This is supposed to go under this, actually. So that's the one that I wanted to fall through for. If the status is not determined, that's where we do this. If we're in a different room, we're going to want to pathfind. If not, we're going to set our status to pf finished, and we're going to let it fall through to the next case, in which it will just run this. If instead we want to pathfind, at the end of this, we're going to want this thing. And is there any status that I haven't implemented? Yes. Incomplete. No, actually, incomplete is more of a boolean. Which goes here. Actually, incomplete should be easy to implement. Okay. The logic for this is we do the pathfinding. We put it in the queue once we've determined like the rooms that the steps that you need to go through in order to make your way to an object. Then you do it. However, what if there's too many paths? Well, the way that you do it is you use this current activity stuff, which has a queue for multiple activities. But what if that means that first I'm going to go from here to here, and then queue up that I'm going to go from here to here, and then queue that I'm going to go from here to here. But what if there's not enough space in the queue? We're going to mark it as incomplete, and once you finish the current path, then your I forgot. Damn, I completely forgot, didn't I? Once you finish the current path, you're gonna recalculate and add new elements to the path. That's the logic behind that. All right, but first, you're gonna find a path. I'm not sure that that logic is gonna stay like that. It's probably gonna change, but yeah. Okay. The source node and destination nodes are indexes. The rooms are created left to right, top to bottom. So, to calculate an index, you do y times the number of rooms, which is now in a different file. Fuck. I'm hard coding you guys. Sorry. Damn it. There. Are you happy about that? Yeah, you are. Good. Rooms x plus x. This is the formula, except it's AI room 0 and 1. For the other one, we're gonna do the same thing, except it's gonna be the destination room. We're then going to pass in path for that to be filled in with the path, and count. We gotta import the file. Okay. So we're given a path, and then we gotta follow that path, which is, well, this is entirely wrong. I'm just gonna put it here. Like that. Okay. And kind of rework my logic a little bit. If it's invalid, whatever we were trying to move, we're done with that. If it's undetermined, we are going to determine the path. And we are simply going to put... Actually, we don't even need these. We can just do pf q and pf count. No, that one's fine. That one's fine. If not, we're going to put it in the queue manually, because that's a thing that's currently missing. Our destination, which is AI current activity vector value. And then this is not necessary anymore. This just goes here now. I feel like this logic makes no sense. So let me think about it. All right. If you already have a path in progress, then you are going to do this. We'll get to that later. Because I actually need to change from the vector value to pop in an element from the queue and all that. Which... we need that. All right. If the path has been determined to be invalid, then we're done. We can actually move this out of here. We've simply failed at pathfinding, and we set our current activity to none, which should reset the entire tree. Actually, let's set it to choose goal because we want to reset our goal. I believe, I hope so anyway. This is a thing, yeah, that's currently missing, but that doesn't matter right now. We don't actually have a failure state for this, so it would be really weird. Hello, Goldfish. It would be really weird if it happened, which is why I'm making a to-do for that. All right. If the path is not determined, then we're going to determine where we are and where the destination is. And if we're not in the same room, well, if we are in the same room, then we're simply gonna go there. It's that simple. We're gonna do that. And we're gonna do it by moving to PF status equal to PF in progress. After which we need to fall into this. So these need to be completely separate, not else if. All right. If instead we are in a different room, there's an ad starting soon on Twitch. I'm gonna try to finish the explanation by then. If instead we are inside in a different room, we need to pathfind to the other room, then we need to well, we're already putting all the destinations into the room. And then that's it. That's all we have to do. We essentially have to do this, as well as adding our path to the end. I feel like I'm making no sense, so I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish and then I'm gonna come back. And hopefully I'm gonna be making more sense by then. We're back with the illogical logic of pathfinding. Again, genuinely not sure why I'm so fucking scared of pathfinding. Like, it makes no sense, but whatever. Alright. Okay. Again, if our status for the pathfinding is undetermined, we want to check if we're in the same room as our destination. If we are, we simply move there. Simple. Done by this in progress code right here. If not, this is actually not right, so we'll fix that. If not, we're going to find the current path. Yeah, you know what? This is not gonna work. All right, we're gonna put it in an array. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to check if the count is bigger than the amount of elements that we can fit in our array, which is 9. It can't be right now, but just in case we're writing the logic for this. We're actually gonna store the count as is. Yeah, so the count, we don't even need that. No, we start a count. We're going to store the count in reverse order. I mean, we're gonna store up to 9 elements in reverse order inside the array, because the elements come in reverse order. We have to revert them. But we're only gonna store up to 8. The count is gonna tell us the total number that there is, and if we finish the current array and we realize there's actually more, we're gonna run this code again to get a new path. It's not super efficient because we recalculate the entire path, whereas instead we should just store it somewhere and then get the next part of it, but we're not doing that, so oh well, sad. We're recalculating. 3 milliseconds are gonna be wasted. Like, throughout the entire duration of the game. Alright, the path follower queue... Wait, actually, there's a minimum of 7. I mean, a maximum of 7, because... Wait, no. Yeah. Never mind. Here, we're just going to store the path value at index I. This needs to be reversed. Right, this is going to start at 8, so it's going to be... No, okay, yep. Okay, this makes no sense, hold on. There. That should put it in the array in correct order. So it puts them, yeah, like that. And then, if pf count is smaller or equal to 7, no, to 8, That means we can fit one more element in the array, and that element is going to be the destination itself. Then we're simply going to get, either way, we're going to reset the pointer, which is the one that we used to read, to 0. Okay. We're going to use this destination vector to tell us where we need to go. And that's going to be at the pathfinding components q at pointer. So these are the only places where I'm using the... Okay. Holy shit, I've made like 5 different typos on this one word alone. Wow. That's a new record, I think. All right, we're going to move to the destination. And when we've arrived at our destination, we need to see if the pointer is if the pointer is less than the count, we have to check. If it's the last element that we can possibly read from, then we have to request more. So status becomes incomplete. Otherwise, we simply increase the pointer. And next time we run this code, we're going to get a new destination to go to. Otherwise, we've successfully failed our mission. We've successfully moved to where we were trying to move, and now we are going to do this. Which is to set the AI to not choose goal, but to AI none, which will simply signal to our AI system, move on to the next task. We're done with the current one, which is the movement task. Will any of this work? Remains to be seen. Could work first try, could spend the entire day debugging it. Could take 2 minutes to debug. It's also a possibility. Right, I declared a component, but now, fuck's sake, you need to declare a component implementation. Yay. I love doing shit in C. I love C, but they're not moving, I feel like. Yeah. For that matter, they shouldn't return here. They should also move to the next element. Saves us a little bit of time, but it still would have worked. Except, you know what? You know what they don't have? The path following component attached to them. Yeah, none of them. Not a single one of them humans has it. Very smart. I'm the smartest person in this room, actually. Path following. They're not gonna be able to do it. Because the component doesn't actually fucking exist. Not within the scope. Why did I separate everything into files? This is making everything so much slower. I mean, it's a logical thing to do, but it's making my my work a lot slower. Who even remembers where I implemented it? Setup.c. That's where. What's your problem now? Okay, path follower with actually no initialization. All right. They still don't look like they're following the... Oh, they're moving. They're moving. They're moving. There's just a tiny issue that they collide with the environment, which we can prevent them from doing, and they should be able to go through. I'd say it's looking good. He stopped at the bed. They each stopped at a different appliance. Looks to me like it works. First try, didn't I say so? I am the smartest person in this room. I am indeed. I am indeed. And you doubted me. But I knew I was the smartest person in this room. Alright, you know what? This shouldn't be too difficult to do, and I already have a million to-dos in my system, so I don't want to have a million to-dos in this too. How does this work again? Dequeuing an activity. Has an activity queue component. So I can just do that to clear the queue. Then I declare this in the header. And then I can call it from here. That way, if you somehow fail at moving, then you get reset back to the Stone Age. You start from scratch. Okay. One more thing I need to do is humans need to have a maximum acceleration. This is not really correct. What I should do is check if we're going to a... Oh wait, I'm not checking for that, am I? I'm saying checking if we're going to an end node, so the end of the pathfinding thing. Oh, I am checking for that here. Whoops. There was a bug. But we squashed it, we found it. That was easy. Watch everything break because of it. Now they're still walking. They're so slow now. I need to fix that. Where are you going? There's nothing there for you, bro. There's nothing there for you. They're going to 0-0, I'm pretty sure. God damn it, I hate when they float. Although I kind of wanted them to float. Because I want to put them in the in a downstairs room and see what happens. So to do that, I'm gonna first off like at least triple their speed. And second, they currently don't collide with the environment. That's okay, kind of. And yeah, move them to... That's actually done here, whatever we call this. That should move them downstairs. They should be here. Yes, they are. And they're immediately pathfinding to the... Where are you guys going? You're not the ghosts! Where are you going? Alright, everybody wants to be a ghost, I guess. Jesus Christ. Okay. So it didn't fully work. I guess it doesn't crash at least. That's good. Okay. How about you tell us how many steps it's gonna take you to get there. And we're only gonna have one human, so we can get logs from just one of them. We'll take 0 steps to get there. Okay, so that's kind of bad. That's kind of bad. Off to a horrible start here. Alright, we're gonna print which node he is moving from, which node he is going to. From node 4 to node 0. Yeah, the numbers are correct. But from path 4 to path 0, is this not working by any chance? Is the pathfinding the problem? Shit. Shit. Pathfinding actually shouldn't be the problem, because when you run this code, even if you go... Oh, but you don't find the path. God damn it. Alright, pathfinding's broken. Beautiful. Did I have some logs in here, maybe? No, I didn't. The only way that I can return false is if frontier is empty. Let's see what's going on here. That's... Poof. That's entirely wrong. Alright. I want to check something real quick, because I have suspicion of what's going on. What if I try to go to destination node 3? No, 2. So according to our diagram, very clearly professionally drawn diagram, here, we're trying to go from room 4 to room 0. It should go through room 1 and then 0. But if we try to go to 2, I have a feeling that maybe this 0 is the problem. Let's find out. Yeah. Exactly. It goes to 4. It then checks node 1. From node 1, it checks node 3, which is a neighbor of 4. Node 5, which is a neighbor of 4. Node 7, which is a neighbor of 4. Node 2, which is a neighbor of 1. That's it. You found the node that you were trying to go to. Oh, yeah, but you still process going to node 6 and node 8. And then you pop this one and you're like, oh, I found my destination. Amazing. But the 0 is somehow not working. Let me check why. Is it gonna be this? I feel like I'm probably using 0 as a null pointer checker somewhere, and that's what's making it fail. 0 just cannot be a destination, apparently. Let's see here. This is what I want. This one is a different one. All right. So we're trying to pathfind from 4 to 0. We do so by putting 4 into a queue by itself. We then pump it from the queue immediately. We realize it has a connection with 1, so we insert that into the queue. It has a connection with 3, so we insert that into the queue. It has a connection with 5 and a connection with 7, so we insert those into the queue. Then we're done with node 4. We've already processed that one. We're now going to inspect node 3. It has a connection with 4, but we've already visited 4, so we don't do anything with that. It doesn't find the connection with 0. It cannot find that connection. Interesting. When there is a connection between 0 and 1. Also, no, I feel like there's something else going on. Hold on. This continue is probably not continuing this for loop, but the while. So once it finds that its first connection, 4, is already visited, it doesn't check any of the other ones. Maybe that's what's happening. That'd be weird because the first one to visit would be 0, but... No. According to the highlighter, continue is for the 4. Let me print the connections that it is ignoring. Maybe something's going wrong there. It's gonna be a huge print, but... Alright. When it says inspecting node 3, here it is. Irrelevant connection. No, not 3. Wait, I was looking at the entirely wrong fucking thing. We're not supposed to look at 3. We're supposed to look at when it says inspecting node 1. Here it is. Okay, here it is. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. It has nothing to do with that. I just completely forgot the node I was supposed to look for. And when it inspects node 1, it finds a connection with 0, which is the one that he's actually supposed to follow. But then he doesn't do anything about it because it's checking if the frontier already contains index -1, and somehow it probably already thinks it exists. Let me see. What now? Okay, that wasn't an error. Inspecting node 1 has a connection with 0, already have a connection to 3 worth 1. It found the entirely wrong connection. Because why am I comparing the index? I have no idea why I was doing that. I was comparing indexes, not values. So now it correctly finds that in order to go from 4 to 1, you must first go to 25, 9, and then to 8, 9. Although it still seems to think, like the AI still seems to think, that in order to go from node 4 to node 0, it will take 0 steps to get there. Oh. Okay. By the way, I'm also not freeing this memory, so I probably should do that. Or is there actually a function for doing that? No, there isn't, but there's gonna be. My god, I'm so lost. Okay, here it is. Okay, PQ free with a PQT. We're simply going to the same way that we're mallocing, which, where are we doing that? Here. There we go. Just gonna expose this function real quick. Yep, like that. Put it there. Rebuild the system just for the sake of it. I don't think we actually need to, but we're better off doing it. Now the function exists. But that doesn't really explain what the fuck is going on. With the fact that it seems to have no neighbors. It's not like we're doing anything to the connections, are we in a different file? No, we're I'm feeling a memory issue coming on, but maybe not. It says inspecting node. And don't think this is happening. Feel more so. This number is gonna be 0. Let's find out which one. God, I really hate every second of pathfinding. Not gonna lie to you. It has 8 connections. And then nothing happens? What? 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 So these are gonna be zeroed out somehow. Right? God damn it. Yeah, they're all zeroed out. How did this happen? Hold on, I know how this happened. They are local variables. They're local variables. They are incorrect variables. So we can just put them here. That should fix it. Multiple definition of connections in pathfinding 7 because they're already defined. We'll take 2 steps to get there. Okay, so now it feels like I mean, he's trying. He made it to where he was supposed to go. God. This is actually so much work. Pathfinding fucking sucks. What are you doing, bro? Oh boy. I mean, it works. Actually, I'm not so happy with moving these. Wait. You used to be here. I think more so if we're gonna be pretending to bake pathfinding, we might as well actually bake pathfinding. Okay, there we go. That's the full thing, except it's not working because we actually don't have memcpy. Now we do. That should still work. The pathfinding itself doesn't, which, oh my god. I mean, it kinda does. Why are you not moving anymore? Come on, bro. You said you would take 2 steps to get there. You should. You should take 2 steps to get there. Alright. That's step 1. So, bloop. Let me, okay, this is working. Let me do this. Tell me what the current lane is. And that way I'll know how far or how close you are to the object and what the fuck is going on with your pathfinding. Why are you still moving? Alright, now he's moving in that direction. But he overshoots. So he tries to rectify. And he still somehow overshoots no matter what he does. So, we don't just kill your acceleration, we also want to kill your velocity. And your spirit and your soul. Well, actually, the spirit in your house is going to take care of that one. Alright, he made it. Not sure why there's a delay in him moving. Not sure why there's a delay in him moving. Oh, okay. And then he just fucks off to nowhere. Which he is unable to reach. Alright. We can fix that when we fix that, but... I feel like he is moving to 0, 0 because there's no object to satisfy where he wants to go. I have no idea. It also really bothers me that he takes so long between steps. He's like, alright, I climbed the stairs. Alright, move to the other room. Why is the ghost still moving? What now, buddy? Alright. I'm moving now to the fridge. No, to TV. Need to watch TV. Um, is this log not showing up? Like at all? Oh no, it's probably on top here. Okay. Okay, so the issue is actually a lot smaller than I thought. Um, Probably that's gonna fix it. We'll know in 30 minutes when he's actually decided to move to the room. Use the object that he needs to use and do whatever. Oh, he's going straight up to that. So no, I'm inserting something that I'm not supposed to. I feel like it's this count here. I genuinely cannot type. I don't know what's going on, but I genuinely cannot type. Okay. Let's get some detailed information of where he's trying to move to. Alaska. All right. Um. Hmm. 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 Well, it's pretty clear. You should be trying to move to here. Also, a really weird thing about it is he actually does move where he needs to go. First to the correct room and then to the correct object. But somehow... I don't understand how this is happening. He used to move to the last object. Then I changed the code, but then I changed it back. So... in addition to the fact that I am printing at the very beginning, trying to move 1, 9, which is the current activity vector value x. That value is being lost. Oh shit. Yeah, pretty much every time I reset the path, I'm losing the current activity. That's so stupid. Let's see now. Well, that doesn't change the fact that he's trying to move to 0, 0. I didn't consider that. Oh, you're here. Oh, he no longer has a delay. That's good. We've made progress. Actually, we have made progress. Because he's no longer going through that whole delay. And that's always a welcome improvement. The question is, when exactly is this value? Oh, wait. Maybe I'm just printing it wrong. I mean, I was definitely printing it wrong. Yeah. But God, it's literally just a printing error. I'm printing from the wrong element. I mean the wrong queue. Jesus. Alright, so it's an entirely different... I love when I try debugging and just create more bugs in the process. Yeah, this has always been working. It's literally only been a formatting issue. The entire time, it was just a formatting issue. The problem is this check is wrong. That path is 0 and count is 3. Right? So now what you want to do is you want to increase the path when you're done. Move on to the next element. If it's less than the count, well, if we're on 9, the last element, then we just want to do this. We set the path as incomplete. If on the other hand we've reached the count, then we're done. Fully done. Alright, it wasn't as difficult to debug as I thought. Wait, there's an ad already? Goddamn, that was fast. Alright, real quick. There's no more delay, so he should be fast. Yeah, here he is. He's immediately moving to the room while slightly adjusting his feet because they're not fully there. Okay, he went to the room, went to the object. He's gonna sleep. It's gonna take 15 seconds, I believe. Where are you going? Ugh. Alright, the activity queue is empty, and I just don't understand why he's trying to move to an object 0. He may be trying to access an object that doesn't actually exist. Meanwhile, here I am creating Jira tasks. Whoa. They're gonna love you at the next stand-up, bro. Like, I don't do that. Well, I don't create Jira tasks. I'm gonna take a break, but I'm gonna stay here because I would say the pathfinding is working. I would say it's working. It's just an issue of what happens next. I guess. Because he is genuinely trying to move. Oh, we're not resetting. We're still in progress. We're still in progress when we're doing this. Yeah, we set the next status, but we don't set status to not in progress, damn it. To finished or not determined. Finished shouldn't really exist. Probably, I don't know. Alright. Creating Jira tasks is super fun work. Compared to pathfinding, I'll take creating Jira tasks, to be completely honest with you. If I have to choose between the two, I'm choosing Jira tasks. Alright, he went to the fridge. He's done. He moved to the TV. We've done it. We've done it. Alright. Amazing. Amazing. I love pathfinding now. No, fuck no. Fuck no. Alright. It works well. I don't think Twitch got to see that, sadly. Not most of Twitch, anyway. Now that pathfinding is in place, I will switch with you. See, now I had to choose between pathfinding and Jira tasks. I would have chosen Jira tasks. But pathfinding is done, which means I get to move on to the next part. Which means I don't do Jira tasks anymore. I don't have to do that anymore. Okay. I'm gonna keep all the logs. I'm just gonna like comment them out. They are useful. Logs are pretty useful. They're just not needed when it works, but they're needed when it doesn't, so you want to keep them around. Right, I did say I was gonna stay here through the ad, but I'm gonna take a bathroom break while it still runs, so I'll be back in 40 minutes. 40 seconds, not 40 minutes. Alright, we're back. Gonna create a Jira task for fixing everything that's currently broken. It's not a whole lot, I feel like. There's a few bugs here and there, but for the most part, I think it works. Hell, I thought that him being delayed every time he moves was gonna be a bigger issue than it was. Turns out, it was just an AI issue. Alright. I think I got a little overzealous with commenting stuff out. But I did comment everything out, so that's pretty cool. I still don't understand where this log is coming from. Let me trace that back, okay. They're created in setup, right? They're created when you create. No, that was needed. I was just deleting logs and I ended up deleting that. Good thing I commented them out, because if I had deleted them, I would have never noticed that line was missing. I would have just been like, wait, the last part doesn't work. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, who removed this? It would have been like that. All right. I did disable their environmental load image resized. That may be the one, yeah. Because this is where the path is coming from, so it's gotta be that. It's just that I did a search earlier for print. Not for all printfs, but just kind of like for printfs that were printing a string. Maybe I missed it. No, it's not here. It's not here. But I do believe it's the load image resized here. Which goes to load image, which printfs the path. See, I did a search for printf with a format string with S. I did print with just print. It's none of these. I never checked for printf with a hard-coded format string that's just a path with no formatting. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering where that was coming from. Alright, you're fixed now. Game's gamed. Game has been gamed. There are obviously improvements to be made to the path following. For example, they always walk into a room, go into the center, then go to the object. If the object is beyond the center, then that's great. But if it's before the center, then they're just going to be like... Which is not what you want them to do. Alright. I thought for the rest of the stream we were going to do something entertaining. So we are going to watch AI generated videos of cats going on a trip, like I was doing before the stream. Oh, I would have much rather it was this. This is so much more entertaining. Yeah, I don't know how I ended up on a... It was this kind of shit. Obviously, we're not going to do that. It's a great visualizer for binary search, though. What is? AI generated videos of cats going on trips, or are you talking about something else? All right. Going to the midpoint of the room, then backtracking to the midpoint of the first half of the room, and so on. Right. It's just because they're using pathfinding to go between rooms, and then they're using just normal navigation to go to the object. So sometimes they're going to go to the room and then to the object. They're always going to go to the room and then to the object. Just sometimes the object, they're going to pass the object and then go to the room. It's an improvement that needs to be made, but PQ free. God, the word Q is weird. Imagine what it was like learning that word as a non-native English speaker and seeing somebody write this shit. God damn it, Visual Studio. Seeing somebody write this shit somewhere online and being like, Kiwi? Quewe? Quewe? Kiwi? And then finding out that it's literally just one letter. I wonder. Will PNGs work? Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It depends on the specific image. You can imagine the pain for a non-native speaker to trying to grasp that. There is another one specific to the United States that I don't fucking understand. But let me check first. And I straight up crashed. Jesus Christ. Wrong file size. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, no, hold on. I feel like load image isn't working amazing for PNG for whatever reason. But anyway, the other one for America is this one. This state, for which I know the correct pronunciation, but I'm not gonna say it. And I don't know where the other state actually is located. Oh, it's right here. See, this is Kansas. This is where Dorothy was from. This is Kansas City. Not entirely located within Kansas, as a matter of fact. It is also in Missouri. But go a little south and you end up in this state, which is pronounced Arkansas and not Arkansas. I mean, at the same time, what do you expect from a country that considers this to be the Midwest? But then again, also that flag is not amazing. Is that their flag? That's their flag? I feel like it's not amazing. I feel like it's clearly reminiscent of something else. The crack epidemic took its toll on the IQ points. Oh boy, do I have a lot to say about America that I just keep to myself. They're friendly people, actually. Let's leave it at that. So that is their flag. Okay. Is there a history section here by any chance? I feel like we're about to get jump scared somewhere. So you had all these designs. Except for this one. You had all these designs, these beautiful designs. Damn, look at this. Look at this fucking flag. And you chose the one that I looked at and immediately went, So you went with that one, huh? Seems as efficient as I would expect from an OS dev stream. I love when new people come into the stream right when I'm doing some shit like this. It's called taking a break. It was either this or AI generated cat videos, so. Cool. Something too close to the Japanese war flag. Oh, this one? Yeah, I did think it looked like something else, but I wasn't sure what. Yeah. This looks like a 5-year-old made it, but then it has a person. So, like, I doubt a 5-year-old made it. I am so confused by what's going on with these flag proposals. This one just says ARC. It's pretty fucking simple flag right there. Still, okay, some of these proposals are not incredible, but like, you know, you went with that one. You went with that one. Okay. It would really mess up the elementary school exam asking for a drawing of the state flag. I mean, you can just draw the part without the guy in it. There's a Rainbow EU one? What? Proposal 7. It's not rainbow. It's red and blue. I genuinely feel like I'm one click away from something really racist popping up, so I'm just gonna close this tab now. Because I probably was one click away from something really racist popping up, and to be fair, even 0 clicks away. But such is operating system development. Sometimes you just have to look at state flags. It all started because I was confused about the pronunciation. Well, I used to be confused about the pronunciation of the word Arkansas. And, you know, how it's close to Kansas. Spelled very similarly, but said very differently. What are we actually doing? For the month of October, I've been making a game in my operating system, which is not this. This is actually the operating system code. Not gonna lie, it was supposed to help me find limitations in the system. You know, force me to optimize things to make it run well, find missing features that I might need to add. Honestly, today I added the one missing feature that I was supposed to add. Well, I added it when I started the game, but I officially added it, like committed it to the code instead of a simple hack today, which is blend modes, like alpha blending. I don't know the correct name for it. I called it blend modes, but then I called it pixel blending. Essentially just how to combine 2 colors when one of them is not fully opaque. The top one is not fully opaque, so you still have to show what's underneath. How does it look right now? Well, actually, hold on. Let me rebuild real quick. We're testing with just 1 human, so now we're going to test with 3, not 2, with 3. We're doing pathfinding today, and it's something that, without even looking at it, I just decided I didn't like, so I haven't been having the best time today and yesterday when I implemented the actual pathfinding. Today was path following. But, yeah, already doing better. Never mind, that guy's floating. Why are you floating? Where are you going? Oh, Jesus. They're all trying to be ghosts so bad. So 2 of them were actually able to move where they were supposed to, and then this guy is just freaking out. So let's just limit it to 2 people and then just be done with it. What is actually happening to him? I don't get it. What about your pathfinding made you float? Why did you not stop? That was so confusing. They all arrive, but then he's going somewhere else. What is happening to him? Which one are you? First question, because it might have to do with the position that he's starting from. That would be weird, but it could be. Seems more intimidating if it floats. Yeah, but I'm the ghost. That's the problem. If he was the ghost, then great. Okay, he's floating. But I'm the ghost. Alright, it is just him. It's not the fact that it's a combination of them. It's most likely... when the item being possessed is the human NPC. See, that's not a possibility I was gonna add ever, but apparently that happened. I did add a level to the components for possession, so that they could technically... that should be here. No, I guess it's not. Where did I put that? Here. They have a component. Sorry, they have a possessable component that has a level. That was supposed to indicate which items you can possess based off of your player level. The most people you scare, the more level you grow and you can possess other objects, but I don't know if I'm gonna implement that. Yeah, some parts of the operating system are in assembly. I swear you used to be able to search Explorer in VS Code, which I now don't know how to do. Genuinely feel like that option disappeared. Probably here. This is not what it used to look like. Also, this is not it. I feel like you used to be able to search. Oh well. All the context switching is done in assembly because it's easier. You're dealing directly with registers. You have to be careful which registers you override and whatnot. The booting, the very first part of starting the system, you set up a bunch of system registers, so you have to do that in assembly. And again, if I could search here, I would tell you which other ones. But I think actually those may be it. Now there's at least one more assembly I wrote. And it is tested on a okay, so kind of an issue. The Raspberry Pi 5. I got it to run on there. It used to run well on it until a few weeks ago. I made some optimizations to the GPU. Whereas before I used to just have 2 different frame buffers and copy from one to the other. Now you have 1 frame buffer, twice the size of the screen, and you just swap between which area of that frame buffer is visible. Which the Raspberry Pi 5 GPU doesn't like. Because the GPU pretty much ignores any commands that you send it. there's functionality to talk to the GPU using mailboxes, this right here, but there's literally somewhere where they've said, actually, Linux doesn't need this anymore, so we're just gonna deprecate it. And that's it. On the Raspberry Pi 5, it just ignores your commands. So I haven't looked too much into it, but I haven't been able to fix it yet. I guess it does run, but like it's not, not actually working. Not with the GPU anyway, which is kind of a problem. And there is no fallback if that system fails, which is probably what I'm gonna have to end up doing. Sucks, but oh well. Except that makes the GPU like unusably slow, but I don't even know. I guess I'll have to find a solution for that, but yes, it does run on real hardware. If the real hardware is a Raspberry Pi 4, probably. It's like an offset. Literally, your frame buffer is twice the size of the screen. And then, like, the screen is this. You just go from here to here, from here to here, from here to here. Every time you're doing a full redraw of the screen, what you do is you just swap like that. Anytime that you redraw less than the whole screen, you do copy. But don't know what's going on. I'll have to do a fallback and hope that it's fast enough to make it somewhat usable. How big is the OFs in terms of what? So you swap offset between offset 0 and offset page size. Yeah. And you do that with a so actually it's funny. For whatever reason, when I made this optimization, it actually just like completely crashes and burns. And it doesn't work at all. But someone submitted a pull request for a bunch of optimizations, including 2 optimizations for the GPU. And now it still doesn't work, but it doesn't crash and burn anymore. So that's an improvement. Oh, considering features versus size. See, the way I set up the raw executable, for example, right now is it includes space for the kernel's heap and stack. So it's already taking up like a few megabytes just for that. I do need to like change the way that works to make it work properly. But then it's 2 megabytes for the ELF file, which probably optimizes some of that stuff away. The raw image is 4 megabytes. And in terms of feature, like I've said, starting next month most likely, I'm gonna consider a little bit of what to do about the way that I want to like think a little bit more long term about the features that the system is gonna have. I do want it to be decentralized. I do know that, or I do want it to have decentralized features. At the very least, like a decentralized file system is a really interesting thing. Because then you can just run a simple server off of any existing computer with any existing operating system, and you can access those files from this operating system. That's pretty cool. Since the end goal is kind of just experimentation, learning, seeing where it goes, kind of like that, and having something like stable that works. That's kind of the end goal, but it's a very loosely defined end goal. So I can just do whatever I want. That's the cool thing about it. That's why I'm saying, like, one thing that I do know I want to implement architecturally is that it's not decentralized, just a distributed file system. The possibility of sharing files between your Linux computer and Redacted OS computer, or any other computer that can host a server, essentially. Kind of like what Plan 9 did, actually using the 9p protocol that Plan 9 invented. Silly as that protocol is, I've already implemented it, so might as well. That would also offload a lot of the more complicated features from my operating system onto someone else's. I don't have to build or port an entire compiler if you just compile something on Linux and then transfer it over, which is technically already how it works for making userland applications. But, you know, it works that way only on QEMU. It's not like reading files off of other operating systems. Essentially, the way that 9p works is that it has a server, a file system server that provides files through a network protocol. So QEMU already has that. That's the emulator, right? So here. It already provides this not through a network, but through a special virtual device that they provide for it. So you can share any folder. And for example, beautiful. This damn rendering bug that I haven't bothered looking at. These three are actually taken from there. So they're not on the operating system. Well, they are on the operating system's drive, but they're also shared through Linux. Are some files OS specific, not to mention system specific? Well, sure. But your average file isn't. Like a .h or .cpp file is the same on any system that you have it on. And then obviously like executable files are different. You have to compile them for the operating system, but you can compile them on Linux and make them available through a server. Kind of like that. And yeah, you can read files regardless of whether or not you can run them. And if you want, you can build a compatibility layer to make them runnable, like Linux does with Wine. Well, like people have done with Wine for Linux. And I guess Proton, which is just an extension of Wine. The point of that is to offload work. Because right now, if you want to build an application, okay, like it's supposed to run on the Raspberry Pi that's behind me. There. There. So if I want to get an application on there, the way that I do it is, first off, I fix the GPU. Then I compile it on another computer. Actually, this computer doesn't even have an SD card reader, I think. So I would have to compile it on my other computer. I would then have to use like an SD card adapter. I would take the SD card out of the Raspberry Pi, I put it into the laptop, compile, copy it over to the SD card, take it out, put it back in the Raspberry Pi, reboot the system, and then I make it available. Or I can have it provided by the laptop through a server on the network. Yeah, but the executable is cross-compiled. That's already a thing that I'm doing. You have to, in order to compile actually the operating system, but any application for the operating system, you have to use the ARM GNU toolchain. So you have to use Arch64 non-elf, which you have to download and you have to install. It's a version of GCC specifically for cross-compiling to bare metal targets for Arch64. So you do have to cross-compile. You can't just compile any Mac application, any Linux application, any Windows application and have it run. Not without somebody building a compatibility layer. which we don't have. I don't think anyone's interested in doing that, especially not me. But you can cross-compile, and then you can make it available to a server without having to, you know, do the whole SD card thing that I mentioned. You could also have, like, that distributed file system thing is inspired in Plan 9. There's a bunch of other operating systems that are an x86 architecture executable compiled on an x86 architecture with some extended instructions wouldn't run if it wasn't needed. No, it wouldn't. That's why I'm saying you have to cross compile. Obviously, no, you wouldn't be able to run that. You would have to cross compile for Arch64, which you already have to do to run anything that has to do with the system. No, it straight up wouldn't run, actually. Obviously, it wouldn't work, but again, I mean, if you provide an what is it called? Wait, how did I not notice this? Cross compilation actually has like nothing to do with x86 is just not involved at all, essentially. High level use case for the read thingy. So at my work, I code in Linux, but I need to build programs for Windows systems, so I use WSL2 for running my coding environment. Yeah, that's another way of putting it. It technically already works. Like I said, QEMU provides 9p through sorry, not 9p through, provides file system sharing between host and guest through 9p. But 9p is a network protocol, which means you can also use it to talk to other systems, as long as you're connected to them through a network. An executable made for x86 runs on all x86 machines, believes per, but not including newer edition instruction set. Yeah, to be honest, the way that things work in x86, I have no idea. Wait, shit, I was supposed to make a copy. Alright, so you run the system. The app isn't actually there. Let me see if I can get it to work with that app actually not being there, because it's not really supposed to, but maybe. Yeah, okay. It reloaded, now the app is there, without having to reboot the system. Essentially doing the same thing, but instead of doing it over, you know, sharing between host and guest, you share with server. Non-system specific compiled executable, you're leaving on the table. But who's making non-system? Obviously, you have to compile an executable that is compatible with the operating system. You wouldn't make an executable that isn't compatible with. I mean, technically, you can. You just won't have any input or output, which is like the entire purpose of computers. So, wouldn't do a whole lot, but technically you can. For that matter, if you find a way to fuck up the system, you can do it with no input and output. But it is Arch 64, completely separate from x86. So again, no idea how x86 works, because it is carrying behind it some 40 plus years of legacy, and wait, this is not used? Huh, interesting. Okay. It is carrying behind it like 40 years of legacy and backwards compatibility, which Arch just isn't. So in that sense, I don't have that problem. I don't even understand the problem, to be fair, because I don't know how to work with x86. And everything I've seen about it is like, no, thank you. But yeah, again, you have to cross-compile for Arch. If you compile for x86, you're just not going to be able to run it at all because it doesn't work that way. But if you cross-compile, then it doesn't matter where you're cross-compiling for. But I mean, if you're compiling for ARM v8 or v9. Look, Raspberry Pi uses v8, so you would use that. But the same executable works on all of them, so you're good. Well, technically, the Raspberry 5 uses v8.2, I believe. Someone told me this on stream the other day, but I don't remember the exact numbers. But yeah, it's newer than the Raspberry Pi 4, but the Raspberry Pi 5 is problematic, like I said. Yeah, 8 can run on 9, but 9 cannot run on 8. Exactly. Yeah. That's more or less how it works. For the most part, they do keep compatibility. They just haven't been doing that for 40 years, and they don't necessarily keep compatibility to the same level that that x86 does. Like, you start a 64-bit ARM processor, you start in 64 bits. Where do you draw the line where you exclude the older versions? Oh, I see. Well, to be fair, the project is less than a year old. It's like 6 months old, so it hasn't really been a problem so far. And it is targeted towards the Raspberry Pi. Not sure how much I want to keep that alone or I want to explore other boards, because like I said, the Raspberry Pi 5 is very frustrating. If they keep going down the same road for the Raspberry 6, I don't think I care about supporting it. I actually regret buying the 5 instead of the 4. But where would you exclude the older version once it stops being important? For example, I only support up to Raspberry Pi 3, and honestly, the 3, the only reason I support it is because I have one. It already has a bunch of features that don't work the same way as they do on the 4 and 5, because it's older. Yeah, that good. You doing good? He's so comfortable. ARM is not the same at all to x86. So the way that it works in x86, if I'm not mistaken, you go from like 16 to 32 to 64-bit mode when you start the processor. I'm assuming the bootloader can possibly take care of that for you, but you do have to do all that. In ARM, you don't have to do all that. You have 64-bit processors, you have 32-bit processors. I don't even know if they used to have 16-bit processors. Genuinely couldn't tell you. But you can run 64-bit processors in 32 bits. You have to configure it to run in 32 bits. So you have to configure it for backwards compatibility. You can't just you don't start in the same way. You don't start in 32 bits and then move on to 64. You start in 64, and if you want, you can move to 32. Kind of. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's how it works. My entire system is built just for 64 bits. I don't support 32 bits. I feel like it would be kind of silly for an operating system built in 2025 to support 32 bits, so I haven't bothered with that. And instructions are... Yes, that is true. I do believe all the instructions are 32 bits. But even then, a lot of instructions, and especially a lot of registers, are different in 32 and 64-bit mode. They haven't strictly maintained compatibility between the two. You have to account for a bunch of differences. Which I think is good, because like, yeah. Is 16-bit ARM? The original was 32. I do feel like ARM is better, to be honest. It's actually 40 years old as well. x86. Wait. Their 32-bit variants are from the same year. But they've applied two different philosophies to it. Or one of them is just we gotta move on eventually, and the other one is like, wait, hold on, what if you want to run 16-bit applications for MS-DOS? So both Windows and x86 allow you to do that kind of shit. I don't know that I necessarily agree, though, that it's better. First off, x86 specific. Carrying all that legacy around is dumb. We gotta move on. We gotta let go. All right? You cannot live in the past. But it's honestly such a small issue. Like, you just have to do some extra configuration. About instructions, I have seen some horrifying fucking instructions, but are they better? Are they worse? I don't know. In terms of speed, I don't know how much better it is or how much worse it is. Couldn't tell you. I don't even look at that stuff, to be honest. Damn, x86 is so old it used to not even have pages. Interesting. .386, damn. I do think, to be fair, what is that thing I said in Discord the other day? Why say many words when few words do trick? It's the Office quote, but kinda relevant here for, you know, how complex instructions versus reduced instructions work. Well, not really, because one is like a lot of instructions, but simple, or also a lot of instructions, but like fewer instructions, but more complex. Just, is it really more efficient? I have no idea. I know ARM is more power efficient. And I know that my ARM processors absolutely fucking mug this computer. But that's Mac. Everything is about efficiency. Nobody's talking about like actual speed. I feel like everyone was talking about performance, at least in the Google searches. Oh my god, you want me to read all that? Bro, come on. I wanted like some pretty graphs or something. Then again, shitty search engine. But at least it doesn't track you. And it doesn't have this shit. Higher raw performance, which in high performance computing tasks, while ARM excels at power efficiency and performance per watt. This is for MySQL. It's not an impressive thing. I just looked up for the line info. Oh, the dwarf line info. Feels weird saying that word for that matter, but it's a file format. Yeah, I looked into implementing looking up line numbers and file names and function names for debugging. So when I give you a backtrace. Jesus fucking Christ, why is there a state machine? That's all I'm gonna say about that, because that's all I had time to look into. But Jesus fucking Christ, why is there a state machine? Oh, Docker? Come on. Who's checking the performance of fucking Node? It is the most inefficient piece of software that exists currently, and one of the least secure. And you're comparing it performance in fucking Node.js? Although, to be fair, if I had to write a server nowadays, I would use Node.js because that's the only thing I know how to use. Technically, I did. No, this is not it. This is done in Node.js. But for fuck's sake, don't ever use Node.js for performance. It does seem better. That's true. But like, based on the only graph that actually responds to the question that I was asking, it's not that much better. In some cases, it actually performs, ARM actually performs better, it seems like. Python is getting rid of the GIL. I don't know anything about Python. What's GIL? Since honestly, I'm okay with taking a break from game development for a bit. Global interpreter lock. The GIL. Mutex. Preventing multiple threads from executing Python bytecodes at once. I'm not gonna lie, Python is also like not super optimized, but it's very reliant on packages, but Node.js just takes that to a ridiculous extent. They're getting rid of this. So they must have come up with a more elegant solution. That's pretty interesting. No true multi-threading. From what I'm seeing here, yeah. Wait, hold on. It talks about basic operations, to be fair. So you have multi-threading, but you're incredibly limited. I've been programming in Julia, and it's pretty sweet. My cousin? Is that a programming language? Julia Roberts? What are you talking about? What the fuck is this? successor to Pi? Has been used in a satellite in space on a Raspberry Pi Compute Module 4? Damn. I'm hoping maybe I don't need to implement absolutely everything. Same. I'm hoping you implement it and then I can just copy your code and translate it to C. Or maybe I'm finally gonna integrate Rust code. No, that's not happening. Not to rant, but why have I been on 2 pages of your website for a programming language and I haven't seen what this language looks like? Is it so fucking hard? Alright, let's leave it at that. I still haven't seen what it looks like. Okay, I'm on the README page. Amazing job, everybody. Incredible fucking work. This is straight in the... yeah. It's not giving me a whole lot. Maybe Hello World was a little bit too easy. Okay, this is what it fucking looks like. I had to go to Julia by example.helpmanual.io. Lord, oh Lord, for the love of God, spend less time installing node packages and more time making your website actually fucking worth using, as well as usable. Literally a static HTML that has this, just the text, the code. That's all we need. That's all we fucking need. I built too far into notebook and it was like, oh my beer, we're gonna clone Python. The dwarf format is organized so that a consumer can skip over data which it does not recognize. This over making it simple. Well, what if in the future people are trying to interpret our fucking debugging information and I feel like I'm ominously being stared at. You good? Alright, there's an ad coming up, so I'm gonna run that and see what this guy needs. I'll be right back. Wait, hold on. I'm coming back early. I gotta read this. All's well until one vendor just makes one header field mandatory and what you thought was a good minimal viable implementation just breaks randomly for no reason. Yeah. But it's dwarf files. Not anything else. I don't know. I feel like I understand compatibility like that, but why do I need a state machine to know which line of code crashed my program? That doesn't make any sense. Jester's living out his dreams of being a horse. Oh, he fell off. Never mind. I feel like ever since I made the mistake of a few days ago letting Jester be a lapdog while I'm sitting here streaming, he always wants that. And he complains if I don't let him. Alright. That is almost fully over. Now it is. Amazing. Alright, so the language looks like this. The Julia. It's so Julia. Wait, that's print ln. Okay. String converting and formatting. Why is there a symbol whose name I don't remember? I'm sure they have their reasons. It looks okay. It looks like a simple language. You know, as to why they couldn't put it anywhere on their website or GitHub, I don't know, but that's one of the many things that frustrates me about the tech industry. I guess that's just my burden to bear. That sounded so dramatic, it really wasn't supposed to be. Alright. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go back to game development because some dude was floating. That's still happening, right? I haven't magically fixed that bug. Yeah, it's still happening. Alright, I guess I have to debug this. And as for like the dwarf format thing, like I genuinely just don't understand it. Why does it have to be so complicated? I mean, I get that you can't have just a list of every single line of code and what addresses it encompasses. That would be insane. But I feel like a state machine is insane in a different way. I feel like it's overcomplicating a problem. But then again, I haven't looked into how the state machine works. It just feels really... And everyone that any like learning resources were just about learning how to interpret the data from using a program that formats it for you. How to format it yourself, there was none of that. We need to decide a printf format. Is that a reference to something? Is that a reference to your job by any chance? Because that sounds relatable in that sense, but otherwise I have no idea what that could possibly be a reference to. It's not even that the documentation is janky, if you're talking about the Julia thing. It's just like I go to your website. I'm being told there's this programming language you've never heard of before. Cool. Oh, it's fast. Yeah, they all say they're fast. Oh, it's dynamic. Yeah, they all say they're dynamic. Oh, it's reproducible. Yeah, they all fucking say that. Open source? Yep, tell me something. I've already heard that one. General, what the fuck does that even mean? Composable, cool. Compostable too, I guess. And then the next thing I see is whatever the fuck this is. I guess cool graphic examples, which is actually a pretty cool thing to have, but I would put it beneath a very simple hello world of what my language looks like, because I want you to know what the language looks like. But instead, I find all of that. I find a 30-minute video about advanced profiling of Julia code in HPC clusters from Sergio and Mose. I don't know. It's been downloaded 45 million times. Like, I don't... Why is it so hard to just put an example of what your language looks like? It feels like... For that matter, I was checking out Swift, so it should be in my history. Do they do any better? It's fast. They all say they're fast. Nobody's gonna be like, yeah, our language is fucking slow. Nobody's gonna do that. Obviously, it's fast. Again, they're telling me, oh, you can use it for cloud services. You can use it for a command line. You can use it for embedded. Don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that, by the way. Oh, but there it is. This is what it looks like. It actually tells me what Swift looks like. I can go down here and be like, oh, this is what Swift looks like. Okay, there's func to declare a function, then the name of it, arguments inside here. That looks kind of crazy. Bool, that's probably the return type. Okay, so here I'm using the argument, then indices reduce. Okay, so it has these functions. Cool, and then max. Oh, and you can even put a comment in between the things. Brainfuck website would say that they have a website. They don't? That's sad. Oh, here's what it looks like. Why are we using this symbol here too? Actually, why are we using this symbol here too? Oh, okay, I see what for. It's Swift trying to move away from any sort of like low level. And yes, bool is capitalized in Swift. So are all the types. Let me see if there's any ints. This is C++. Hell, the Swift website has two languages in its examples. Just looking at it, there you go. The Julia has 0. Let me look at Python, I guess. It's so fucking simple. It's that easy. That's all you have to do. This website looks like it hasn't been updated since 2009. And yet, it has a code example. I feel like... Okay. There's one more I have to check. Well, what do you know? Well, what do you know? One more reason to complain about Rust. It's not on the front page. That doesn't mean it's not there. Let's go to learn. I can read the book. Am I buying the book or downloading the book? Oh, I'm reading chapter 1, installation. No, I want to know what your language looks like before I install it. I can do a course. Okay, before I commit to a course, I wanna, okay, example, okay. Okay, cool. Okay, it's a little hidden. It's a little hidden, but at least it's here. Why the fuck do I need to put an exclamation point in front of println? Why is there an exclamation point there? Any Rust experts want to clarify that for me? Because to me, as a Swift developer, exclamation point means I know what I'm doing. This is not a null pointer. I don't understand what it means. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like. We're so new and different. We added that. It's not println, it's println. We're excited. It's the tech optimism of the 2010s. Okay, genuine question if anyone can answer that. Why does it use that exclamation point? Why is that there? Again, they didn't do an amazing job in that you have to go through like 3 links in order to actually see what the language looks like. But at least you can do it. Wait, it has an exclamation point because it's a macro? Why are we excited about macros? I mean, I should be fucking excited about macros. But why is it unnecessary? And the follow-up question, why is println a macro? Macro rules! Say hello! Println! Hello! Why? Why? Yeah, exactly. No, I'm excited about macros as much as the next, more than the next guy probably. Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. I've turned C into a modern language with just macros. It's horrifying, and yet it's beautiful at the same time. Okay, we're also yelling dry. Don't repeat yourself. Macros allow writing dry code by factoring out the common parts of functions and or test suites. Yeah. I still don't understand the fucking exclamation point. I get what it means now at least. I just don't get it. Why is that necessary? Why are you hitting yourself? Stop hitting yourself. I still feel like if you're creating a programming language and you have a website, you should probably have code on your front page. No, they don't have a website. Aww. Genuinely disappointing. Actually, I don't know what brainfuck looks like, and I'm genuinely avoiding game development at this point for today. I think I'm done. I think I'm gonna let that guy float until Wednesday. Okay, so oh. That's why it looks like that. It's actually so simple. This to increase a memory pointer, this to decrease the memory pointer. This increases the value of the memory pointer. This decreases the value of the memory pointer. While if block currently pointed to's value is not 0, jump back to that. Okay. Like get char and put char. White space is also a fun language. All right, I want to see that later. Look at that. This is so simple compared to this. This is so fucking stupid. 4 lines of code when you can just write like 10 characters. Not even 10 characters. How many are there? 8 characters? Come on. Absolutely Mogs C. Six characters. Alright, never mind. It's just a bit hard to read, but you know. Macros. What was the name? White space. I don't think it's a performance snow brand created to inspire riders to forge their unique path, transcend boundaries, and write their own stories. Again, I feel like this is another thing that like genuinely doesn't explain what it does, but I'm thinking it's whiteboarding. Yeah, okay. Whitespace language. Look at that. Hello world. No, just hello. Okay, the world is probably gonna be like another 20 characters. Is that Mario? Oh, looks like Mario. We're putting the tags versus spaces debate to rest with this one. So is it literally just white spaces? Yes, it is. That's why they have to write it like this, because it's literally just white spaces. If you squint really hard, yeah, you don't see anything. Visible white space? There's a derivative, okay. That kind of defeats the purpose of it. That took forever, but it finally happened. While visible whitespace removes much of the frustration of visually organizing and understanding whitespace code, the underlying intellectual challenge of writing whitespace code, such as the stack-based paradigm, are kept intact. It's an interesting program, I guess. Piet language. The stack-based esoteric programming language in which programs look like abstract paintings. Ooh. Hey, I can sell a fucking Hello World for $20 million if I have the right connections. I just need a rich dad. See, I see bros would weep reading the Whitespace Wiki article. Alright, I'm not reading the specifications of this one. The Louvre ain't too far from Spain, though. Yeah, apparently I'm in France every other day, so. Yet I haven't been to the Louvre in like... I don't know, 15 years. Probably less than that. Like the chef programming, like, oh my god, it's just a rabbit hole. I mean, compared to the rabbit hole that I went down of AI generated videos on YouTube before I started the stream, this is probably better. A character listed in the beginning of the program are clearest than a number of stacks, naturally with names like Romeo and Juliet. These characters enter into dialogue with each other in which they manipulate each other's topmost values, push and pop each other, and do I.O. Esoteric math? No, let's do languages. Or like something else, I don't know. Wait, what? There's acts? Also, does Macbeth just crash the program? Just halt the program? Act 1. Hamlet insults and flattery. Scene 1. The insulting of Romeo. Mumbold was designed to be the most difficult and esoteric programming language. It is the king of hell of these languages. Exit stage left. That's another good one. That's another good one, I guess. Enter Juliet. Enter Romeo and Juliet. Exit Romeo. Exit Romeo and Juliet. Interesting. Individual lines of code generally take the form of a piece of dialogue spoken by one character to another. This is how the value of a variable is assigned, changed, or output. A character can be addressed as you, thou, or thee. Thus, there must typically be exactly two characters on stage whenever lines are spoken. One to speak and another to be spoken to. So no monologues. Bold choice. This literally looks like the prompts my teams are writing, though. Prompts for what? Hamlet, you lying, stupid, fatherless, big, smelly, half-witted coward. Juliet, you are a villainous as a square root of Romeo. What? I could understand this is probably a square root operation. What the fuck is this? Is there an explanation? Constants and assignment of values. A finite list of each. Okay. All right. Okay, this one's easy to understand. Am I better than you? If so, let us proceed to scene 2. That one's easy to understand. Example code. Even this fucking language has example code. Do not adieu, a play in 2 acts. Romeo, a young man with remarkable patience. Juliet, a likewise young woman of remarkable grace. So on. Not reading all that. Act 1. Hamlet's insult and flattery. The insulting of Romeo. Enter Hamlet and Romeo. You lying, stupid, fatherless, big, smelly, half-witted coward. You are as stupid as the difference between a handsome, rich, brave hero and thyself. Speak your mind. All these other insults. Speak your mind. Exit Romeo. The praising of Juliet. So we already have Hamlet. Now Juliet walks in. And Hamlet tells her that thou art as sweet as the sum of Romeo and his horse and his black cat. Speak thy mind. So then Juliet leaves. And then Ophelia walks in. And he praises her as well. Ooh. Behind Hamlet's back. Okay, there's cheating. There's... Interesting. Romeo and Juliet are talking. That never ends well. You're as worried as the sum of yourself. Speak the difference between my small, smooth hamster and my nose. Is that a euphemism? Speak your mind. Speak your mind. You're as bad as Hamlet. Okay. Genuinely wouldn't have read the whole thing if it wasn't entertaining to read. That is an interesting language, I have to say. I would watch that play. I would watch a human computer running this play. Whatever the fuck that means. And yeah, you mentioned this after the 8th circle of hell. A cat program. It looks like a cat walked on your keyboard. He doesn't like when I mention cats, but he's good. He's behind me. This program displays Hello World. No, the fuck it doesn't. Almost impossible to use via counterintuitive crazy operation base 3 arithmetic and safe self-altering code. Base 3? Base 3. Is there a worse number? No. Base 3 is fucking vile. It's called a trit. Interesting name. Has 8 instructions. It figures out which instruction to execute by taking the value of C, adding the value of C to it. Wait, of this, whatever that means. And taking the remainder when it is divided by 94. Wish we did this 8 minutes later, it would literally be 333. Damn. Could have used base 6. Yeah, but base 6 is just double base 3. That's not as interesting. This is genuinely what it feels like sometimes to read some fucking specifications or documentation for stuff. Like, oh yeah, you just have to take the value of this thing and the value of C and add them together and take the remainder when it is divided by 94. Fucking obviously. It's because of the way that hardware worked in the 1980s. You wouldn't get it. So, yeah. Even though the standard was adopted in 2005. It's kind of what it feels like to read specifications sometimes. My first time learning cryptography. I gotta learn cryptography. That's another thing that I might be interested in doing at some point or another. It is not Turing complete. Come on. Due to memory limits. Alright, that's not a problem. Alright. I love that it says see also obfuscation. It's about right. Crazy operation. Wait, hold on. For each ternary digit of both inputs, use the following table to get a ternary digit of the result. Yeah, this is what it feels like to read fucking documentation sometimes. No idea what the fuck that meant. You will need to support some security functions in your OS, perhaps. Might pick in November. Yeah. Actually, I've been considering that. Why do I feel like at some point or another I have done some very basic hashing, probably not even like full cryptography, but yeah. It is something that I want to do, yes. I already had someone offer to make like some pull requests, and I was like, no, let me learn this. Let me fuck this up and then you can fix it with a pull request. I'll double down and add unique combat crawlers and AI. What do you mean? In my operating system, or what are combat crawlers? Is that... writing some libraries to implement some encryption decryption libraries in C. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think this is what you meant. I don't think it's about veterans. I don't think it's about Legos. Oh, these are cool though. We might write some Hamlet eventually. It is natural language programming at the end of the day. Oh my god. You need to combat crawlers. I don't need to add combat crawlers. I read that completely wrong. Let me reread your message with actual. You said, I'll double down and add you need to combat crawlers and AI, whereas I understood you need to add combat crawlers and AI, which is why I was so fucking confused. Web crawlers will be looking for syntax highlighting, so your codebase isn't secure, at least not if you loop back. It has to be a secret release of the redacted OS with a for the subscribers with a built-in Shakespeare compiler. You have to sit through the entire play though. Like I will genuinely have like stick fig or even like the fucking sprites from the game just acting out the play. Let's do it. It seems interesting. Natural language programming is interesting. AI does not count, obviously. I spit in the general direction of AI when I say that. It is interesting. It's not super useful, but it is interesting. Because it's nice to look at. But honestly, it might just be something that I do a little bit for fun. Because one thing I did say, maybe I'm gonna start doing it now that the overall game is there, kind of. I guess on Wednesday we're gonna like fully finish the prototype, so to speak. I'm trying to remember where the code for the movement is, so that I can, at the very least, yeah, here it is. Look at what's happening at that guy. Maybe fix that bug while I speak. But yeah, one thing that I've been wanting to do that I didn't really do. I kind of said I did. No, you don't suck at typing. I suck at reading. You typed it completely right. I just read that completely wrong. I was so interested in adding combat crawlers. You know, some people put like games in their. Where the fuck are you going, bro? I don't understand. Your length maybe never reaches 0.25? Yeah, it gets real close and then never reaches. Interesting. What can I do to combat that? I can increase the amount, but that's probably not what I want. Okay, I can do this. Then I'll say what I'm actually gonna do, because I've been saying that, but I started the sentence twice, but I didn't actually finish it. Alright, so start slowing down when you're approaching the goal, and then fully stop when you're too close. Yeah, what I said I was gonna start doing, that I never actually started doing, but... Where are you going? Now you have no excuse. Is having one day that I stream that I do something completely unrelated to the other things that I've been doing. So again, I may start doing it after Wednesday, essentially, so the weekend. And definitely gonna start doing it after October. Should I negative accelerate? Not really. Um, the idea was that he would move slower because he wouldn't accelerate anymore. But then, yeah, I should negative accelerate. The problem is I need to know. Uh, oh, actually. It's not hard to do at all. Alright, so yeah, like having one day of the week that I stream that I do something completely unrelated to what I normally do. So that I can explore some other things. I don't have to always be doing the same things. When I happen to be when I happen to be stuck on something or doing something not particularly interesting, then what about there? What's going on there? Oh, negative direction. Jesus Christ, I'm incapable of reading. Incapable of interpreting. Yeah, so like when I'm stuck on something that's taking a while to get done or I'm doing something not super interesting, then at least I have some days in which I do something a little bit more interesting, a little bit better. And switch it up a bit. Probably not gonna be gaming, though. He actually reaches 0.3, 0.4. So he should be slowing down, but he's not. Alright, what if I... What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I'm already doing the reverse acceleration, but that's not working. Unless I make this bigger and it happens to work that way, but... It just shoots past. Two times? Guess you're not supposed to, but... He should eventually slow down, right? Well, once he's done orbiting? Yeah, he's starting to slow down. Oh, he's getting there, he's getting there. We've built fucking orbital mechanics. I'm supposed to be the fucking ghost, the blue one, not the green one, god damn it. He's not even done, he's just orbiting. This is what should be on satellites, not Julia. No, this is not on satellites. This is satellites. Y'all know the game Kerbal Space Program? They're green too. Incredible game, horrible story. Alright, so clearly this is... Like, how is this not working? Yeah. Now he overshoots in the opposite direction. That makes sense. Yeah. So, no. That's not, I guess I'll have to, like, slow him down and, extra slow him down. Trapezoidal trajectory. Don't think that sounds very good. Directly working with velocity sounds like cheating. Listen, we're doing what we can, alright? It's not like I'm building a physics engine. That's an entirely different beast that I'm currently not ready to deal with. It fucking works. It fucking works. What are you gonna do? He overshot a little bit. Like, oh shit, I'm not supposed to float. He's like, am I sure I need to be scared? Well, I guess so. The ghost hasn't haunted this place in like 2 days. If anything, we've been moving around like it's no big deal, but we haven't been haunted, so maybe he's gone. Another thing we need to do is we need to put him at the destination when he's arrived. Oh, why'd you do that? Um, wait. Oh shit, I hadn't thought about that. Their destination is not offset by their foot location, which they currently don't have a foot location. So that's kind of missing. If I want to have the snapping working. Um, That needs to be the transform size x divided by 2 in order to offset that way. So negative. And negative t size y. Motion generator. Oh, let me check that out. I said I wasn't going to be doing any more game development, but at least I fixed this. Yeah. Not super amazing, but at least it snaps them to where they're supposed to be. I have to reduce this value by a lot if I want to make it proper. But then he might never reach because his velocity is too slow. He still overshoots, bro. Come on. This damned guy. Alright, let me check out this motion generator thing. I'm assuming it's a physics engine. It's a library which generates... Interesting. Tested on Arduino. Alright, hold on. My terminal is in the way. He still overshoots. Brother! Yeah, let's keep it at 2. Alright. It is a library which generates a smooth motion profile when considering maximum velocity and acceleration. The profile is based on the trapezoidal speed motion. Alright. It sounds more complicated because the word trapezoid is complicated, but at the end of the day, it's a simple thing. Interesting. I guess it's a matter of when you apply each type of acceleration. And velocity and position is integrated. I see. I see. I don't feel like there's a need to overcomplicate this ghost game too much. Again, I do want to reuse a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here, so I do want to improve it. Where are you going, bro? See, the thing is, he still needs an acceleration in order to keep moving towards the direction and not overshoot, which he's currently doing. But like, wait, what happens if I do it like this? Will it work? It might just work. Yeah, it works better. Yeah, can we decrease this even more now that he's still following the acceleration curve? Well, direction, I mean. Yes, yes, okay. Another big reason why Brotherino over here keeps getting it wrong is that he's going towards one destination the whole time, and then he, like, when he arrives, he's like, oh wait. Because the foot calculations, I'm doing them in the wrong place. Whereas I should be doing them here and here. Minus acceleration when the distance is less than 0.25, then 0 when distance is between 0.25 and 1, and act when... We were good, brother. What happened? Yeah, I'm accounting for his feet there, but not here. The trap motion generation basically calculates the braking distance. Yeah, you have to calculate the braking distance. That's how they usually work. Then these don't need to be adjusted. What needs to be adjusted is the other thing. Oh my god. It's a mess. Coding is a mess in general. Maximum velocity reach. Don't accelerate and decelerate, otherwise full deceleration. Do not keep accelerating when you're... I feel like I messed everything up. It was working and then I messed everything up with this foot calculation. The don't keep accelerating once you've already reached your maximum acceleration is probably a good thing that I'm currently not doing. Alright, there it is, finally. And yes, the OSDev part is it running on my own kernel. Exactly that. Yeah, there's improvements I can make. And that's one of them. If the current acceleration is not... yeah, but the way that I did it right now, it's working, I guess. So you know what that means. Should I create a feed component? Well, the game engine isn't for for the operating system, but it is a separate thing. Though it is supposed to be run on the operating system. And on one of those off-topic days that I mentioned when I stream something completely different, I do want on one occasion try out SDL because it could be used to provide cross-platform for the engine. So I don't have to limit my games to being redacted only. All right. Good work today. Good work today. I said I was gonna be done, but somehow I fixed this. Kind of in a not super smart way, but if it works and it's stupid, it's still stupid. Don't get it wrong. It's still stupid. All three of them going to the exact same location at the exact same time is funny. And they all just happen to have the exact same need also, apparently. But alright. So I could keep going a little bit more, but I'm thinking let's not do that. Don't delete that. Did I write the entire, or did I just fix the just a fix? All right. Could keep going, but I wasn't even supposed to do this, so don't care. Here's the thing. Here's what we got next. You go down there. 5 sprints worth of Jira tasks to punch into the system. What? 5 sprints? How long are your sprints? I hate that I'm fluent in corporate. Debug, print, macro stuff. Let me see your proposal. You define a module name. Yeah, it's about right. $2 weeks. That's all the way to New Year's Eve. Yeah. Damn. It's only 5 sprints till Christmas. Actually, I took almost the entire month of December off. So in a way, it's, let me see. That's 1 sprint, well, the current sprint, another 2, 3, probably 4. Okay, so 4 sprints till I'm done with work for almost an entire month. Func name is if you want to override it. Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. That sounds about right. So this would print PNG Wait, for that matter, oh, func name is if you want to override the name of the function. You don't have to do that. Okay, got it. That would be test 12, right? If you're getting fluent in corporate agile development, seems like what you call bloat. Not to be insulting to the people I work with who manage that, because I don't mean to do that by any means, but it is bloat. Agile is anything but agile. Also, the company I currently work at may be the only one where stand-ups are, besides a few exceptions, actually kept just to their pure utilitarian purpose. Whereas in other companies, it used to be like, oh, you know, we had a 2-hour stand-up because people started talking about, did you see the game last night halfway through? So that has nothing to do with agile itself. It's just people doing it poorly. But like, even it is by itself just not the best. It's not efficient. It's not agile. It's not actually agile. Someday you will stream your fights. The whole production team and their bosses meet for 30 minutes every morning for every workday for a mass meeting to plan the day. That is stand-up meetings. I think they're called stand-up meetings because you're supposed to stand up, and that way, if you start getting tired, the meeting has probably gone on for too long. But I don't know if that's. It's definitely not agile. Most of the times, you can do your work without needing to sync up with everyone else. If you need to sync up with someone else, you are an adult who is capable of doing that yourself. And there's absolutely no reason why you should fucking do that. And most of the times, for me at least, I'm doing work. I'm interrupted by the stand-up meeting. I'm interrupted by planning meetings. I'm interrupted by retrospective meetings. I see them as a hassle that get in my way, not really as something that's helping me. People's stories from the industry make me want to stay in uni for a very long PhD. And then teach in uni. just don't get into corporate. Yeah. I don't like stand-ups at all. I don't like agile at all. Significant lack of communication skill in a lot of engineers that I work with, or in general. I don't want to bring up the Julia website again, but you know what I'm saying. Lack of communication skills. But yeah, I mean, it's just annoying things, to be honest. It's not like there's much worse things than, okay, that's not helping your case. That's not helping you want to graduate, I think. That's not the argument I want to make. PhD, went to VeriSign, burned out in 2 years, came back to academia at the age of 26. So I've only worked at one company. Well, if you're in Spain, you've probably heard of 2 companies that I work for. If you're in Italy, technically also. But otherwise, I've only worked at one company that is somewhat well known. And Jesus Christ, the work I did there, I did in 2 weeks or less, actually, in like 1 week at my next job after that, which was a startup. But still, it was just mostly meetings. And you know, the usual, sometimes we even had like icebreaker meetings. So where is everyone from? Tell us one fun fact about yourself. One fun fact is I fucking hate this meeting. I don't want to be here. Is that fun? Again, not helping the case. But startups are okay. It's just you have to find one that is like not as hey, el código de cerebro. Hello, CodeBrains. Startups are okay. They don't have as much bullshit, but a lot of the times they have different type of bullshit. Like you do a lot more work because you're putting out fires everywhere. Um, not unlike a solo operating system project, to be honest. Although, you know, I haven't heard the word investors. That's pretty cool. In Spain, are your work meetings in English or Spanish? So actually, because I work remote now, I still work for a Spanish company, but no one speaks Spanish besides me. I work for an international company that has an office in Spain. So the people that I work with don't speak Spanish, so I do everything in English. Um, the startup that I worked at before this, for example, was like mostly Spanish speakers, but some people didn't speak Spanish. So we still spoke English, but when it was just the Spanish speakers, we would speak that. Sometimes Catalan speakers would speak Catalan. If you're in a startup that is already in year 4 and every month you have a company meeting about how bad the numbers are and you're still in a trial period, run. Yeah, no, both of the startups I work with don't exist anymore. I worked at don't exist anymore. 10:30 to 11:30 stand up. An hour for stand up. That's already wrong. 12:30 to 2, a feature presentation by the UI team. 2:30 to 3, discussion for planning a demo. 4 to 4:45, discussion for planning the feature I'm writing Jira task for. 6 to 6:30, customer success retrospective. 8 to 8:30, local AI model development updates. That's a 10-hour work week, work day. Feel like Jesus. To be fair, like that's one thing I would never want to be a manager for is the amount of meetings that you have. Jesus. I did work at a place where like one guy wanted to make me a product well, like was trying to get me involved in the product management aspect, which just multiplied the number of meetings that I was attending, made me miserable. Fucking sucked. And I found out last year the product that I worked on, they don't even fucking use it. So that was amazing. Burning brain and money in a stand-up position. Nah, PM is I would never want to do anything like that. I'm okay being a programmer. I don't want to manage people. I don't want to be the product manager or owner or parent or whatever the fuck they're calling it. That's just not. That's just meetings. That's just meetings. I'm able to deal with this because I can refute the BS the tech teams gives me. More dedicated that. Yeah. Not gonna lie, there is this stereotype of the product manager or the manager in general or whatever that used to be a coder and tells his team how to do something. That one is. But if you listen to your team on how to do something and then you have the expertise to also understand and back it up, that's totally understandable. How would you recommend finding a company with like-minded people, like real geeks who know their stuff? I feel like if I knew, I would tell you. Maybe the chat can tell you, but I don't know. What does that mean? I should have translate Google in speed dial German to English. Wear the hat. I see. Just ask your interviewee if you can chat with the team. I mean, I can tell you certain things, like if they tell you we're like a big family here, fucking run. They're either a cult or cult like, they're not an actual cult, or they're like one of those families where nobody actually gets along. I've had a job interview where a recruiter called me and was like, "Have you heard of this company?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Oh, good. They don't have a good reputation." So avoid that. I had to take an aptitude test that was just several dozen questions that boiled down to the company is a multi-million-dollar, well-known, well-established, well-funded company. Therefore, it is okay for me to steal office supplies. Agree? Disagree? Strongly agree? Strongly disagree? What do you think? Avoid that too. That's the best advice I can give you. Also, I really wanted to answer strongly agree on all of them, but I didn't, just in case they share this with other companies. Probably not. But just in case they share this with other companies, I didn't want to burn any bridges that way. Also, I hadn't been working for like 3 months. And living by myself. And spending all the money I had on rent. So couldn't really afford to burn any bridges. That's like visiting. Are you a terrorist? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you agree with terrorism? Junior devs are so scared to be upfront with expectations to the point I had to say, I'm running a business. If you can bring in the money, you get the cash. Fair. No, honestly, that's one thing that I have done myself. Like, yeah, I interviewed at a place once, but it made it very clear beforehand that I didn't know C++ yet. It was a long time ago, and 80% of the interview was an exam on C++ minutia under a laptop with no Google. Jesus Christ. That's just wasting your time. I did a 6-hour interview once. It was 3 interviews back to back. That was something. Also, not gonna say the industry. I try never to say any names or any shit like that. But when I went to their offices for their interview, somebody had broken their glass window with a rock. So I still walked into the building and you subjected me to 6 hours of interviews instead of just hiring me on the spot after I survived that. Okay, survived, that is a strong word. But like, yeah, good sign. There were some protests relating to the kind of work that they do. Again, not trying to say any names, but maybe that makes it somewhat clear. But yeah. Even if it makes it somewhat clear, it's not the one you're thinking. They must have been subjected to companies asking them if they would steal office supplies. Well, would you steal office supplies? Like, the way that they phrased it is like, I think it's okay to steal office supplies. Strongly disagree. I work for a multi-million-dollar company, and a piece of paper is pretty much worthless to them, so it's okay for me to take it. Not even a fucking pencil, a piece of paper. Then some other questions were like, I think it's okay to raise my voice at my coworkers. I think it's okay to get physical in altercations with my coworkers. I feel like even if somebody had a problem where they get physical in altercations with coworkers, they probably wouldn't say they agree with it. I think. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they would. But I feel like they wouldn't. I feel like they would lie about it. Or at the very least, they would understand that their behavior is not okay. Why not a sheet of toilet paper? Oh, you think they provide toilet paper? You have to bring your own toilet paper. What the fuck? This didn't get to be a multi-million-dollar company by giving you toilet paper. All of those questions require not really. I feel like it's pretty clear that you don't want to shove your coworkers, you don't want to yell at them. And they're trying to weed out anyone who would, but like anyone who would and thinks that it's okay. Which again, even if somebody does it, I don't think they think they're okay. I think they know they have an anger issue problem. You're not allowed to use the restroom in your 10-hour work time. Luckily, I've never encountered a company that tells me when I'm supposed to take a break, because that's fucking insane. I would have walked out. I mean, I've encountered things that are arguably worse, but at least it's not that. There should have been an interview question panel for the AVPs and VPs at my firm, though. Yeah. Those are the ones we should be asking that question for. Have you ever, gotten physical in an altercation with a coworker or someone who works for your company? Perhaps. Have you thought that because you are in a position of power over them, you have the right to treat them like shit? Strongly agree? Strongly disagree? What do you think? Have you ever abused your position of power? Have you ever sent intentionally vague emails to a probably thousands of people corporation that you lead, and then called them crazy when they didn't misunderstand what you said? They understood what you said and it sounded fucking threatening. Agree? Disagree? Has that ever happened to you? By any chance? I feel like those are the kinds of questions that we should be asking them. If I had gone through with that interview process, I should have actually asked them, like, do you have any questions for us? Yeah. Do you steal office supplies? Do you yell at your coworkers? Be honest. Turn the tables on them. But yeah, it's always the fucking executives that end up doing that shit. Also, the incredible thing about corporate jobs is, I'm not gonna lie, like those kinds of questions at the same time, you mix those kinds of questions and the like types of security training and whatnot that you do at a corporate job, and you're like, there's gotta be a reason they do this. Otherwise, it's just wasting time. Like, if somebody approaches you on the street and asks for your password, do not give it to them. There's gotta be a reason they felt the need to explicitly tell that. It has to be a thing. So there has to be a reason why they ask that kind of stuff. There's low latency on YouTube if you wanna switch over. Though you cannot hear that. It is ISO 271001 requirement and a liability legal thing. Oh God. Oh, I don't even want to begin to understand. My brain was just like, we don't need any of this information. Fuck it. I'm shutting down. I'm gonna be efficient. I'm gonna save energy and shut down. No, I get that. Obviously, they do that for compliance, but um, the way that it that they phrase certain things in those trainings are just, it's like there's gotta be a person they did this for. They came up with this explicit explanation after after something happened. IP ban list. No, you're good. You're good. I do work corporate, so it's my day to day. It just so happens that when you're working, I'm already done with work and I'm streaming. But that this was my life 12 hours ago, to be fair. This is a paycheck. It's a fucking paycheck. I'll give you that much. I dropped the hair tie and I don't know where, but whatever. I guess it's on the floor. I wasn't even wearing it. Wait, there was another thing I wanted to mention and I completely forgot what it was. The best way to keep the love of programming I've found is for it to not work in it for a day job. Yeah, but then I have to choose another one of my hobbies to monetize. And that's not fun. Unless I make money off of this. Which, not exactly making a livable wage off of Twitch just yet. So it is true though, like actually working on a project like this has brought back a lot of my interest in programming. Whereas before I was just building stuff because I wanted to build it. Like I was interested in the product more than the, like my own stuff, I mean. Yeah, you see, I don't want to work customer facing. Absolutely fucking not. Um, has to pay well enough. Has to pay well enough, like a tech company, like a corporate tech company. I have a lifestyle to uphold. Okay, I have a child to maintain. Cross streaming to OnlyFans. Why does everyone keep suggesting that? Uno reverse the employer. Hold on, let me put my headphones on. Would never fucking end like that. It would never end like that. Wait, there's an NDA version? Does anyone have a link for that? Also, not sure it works too well outside of the US, but that's a thing. Usually employees can anonymously review companies. You know, as opposed to the anonymous surveys that companies run that you absolutely don't want to fucking tell the truth in those. Allegedly. Or at the very least, my friends don't want to say the truth in those. I am not expressing my own opinion. Alright, I didn't find. Hold on. Let me look for it a little better. Under Studio Hub. No, god damn it. I think I'm just that bad at Googling stuff. Although I think that if I'm looking up NDA, I should find something that has to do with NDA, but hey. Wait, he only has one video. The rest are all shorts. Oh, it's not the same channel? Alright. See, Ice Dave, Ice Storm is just top tier Googler. Can always find everything. Oh. Pays pretty well in Spain, yeah. Pretty good. Amazing. Wait, what's that about Spanish slang? Absolutely. Why is spell potato with an A? Fair. I feel like some Spanish expressions you go fucking crazy. They got translated. That one they used was pretty safe for work. There's some real ones out there. The software development does pay pretty well in Spain. Yeah, it does. Not the same as like other countries, but then again, taxes and expenses are not as high as other countries. So overall, it's pretty good. You know, as long as you don't have to buy anything imported from those countries, then it's expensive. Spain has great hackers? Which hackers? Never heard of a hacker from Spain. Well, yeah, no, I haven't actually. I couldn't name anyone. Then again, I don't know that many hackers in general. Besides, like the occasional iOS jailbreaker that I used to follow back in the day, I really don't know. I'll look up Spanish hackers. They arrested the most dangerous and elusive hacker. Interesting. I was in 2023 at 3 a.m. Wow. They were really on top of it. Damn. Breaching computer network of Spain's National Council of the Judiciary. During this attack, the hackers stole 575,000 taxpayers and created a database to sell that information to other cyber criminals. Well, I'm kind of glad that's the worst we have. Well, except for this teenager that is tied to cyber attacks on US military. But besides that. Alright. Is it the same in Spain culture as Latin American where the worst curses involve someone's mother? We throw it around very casually. Like it's really not like that. Even Latin Americans, like we throw it around very casually. We don't care. But yes. Like I see why you would have that perception. But we really don't give a fuck. And I say we as in Latin Americans, but also Spanish people. Then again, it depends on the person. I guess like I'm not gonna say that to like older people. But yeah. It's pretty common. It's a pretty common thing. Kind of similar to like Italians and the blasphemy being the worst possible thing that you can say. And then everyone fucking says it. It's gonna sound really bad, but I was in church and every time the priest said God, I thought of something that came after that you probably shouldn't. It just came up to my mind automatically because I don't go to church a whole lot, but I do hear that a whole lot. So again, you're not really supposed to say that. It's like really bad. It's the worst thing you can say, but everyone fucking says it. But again, you wouldn't say it to your grandmother, for example. You wouldn't say it to a stranger. But it's very common. Here in India, it's very casual to swear and curse on a mother, but also most swear words involve mother or sister. Damn. To be fair, there is a layer of misogyny in that one, but it is very common. It is very common. I don't want to start spewing insults as examples. No, I'm not gonna do that. But it is incredibly casual. It's not like you're just gonna do it for fun, but it is incredibly casual. And also in Spain in general, we like to throw around curse words just very, very, very casually. It's just super normal. It's the most normal thing. Like on TV, prime time, most watched show, yeah, they're probably cursing. Um, I don't know that the president, nah, not him. He's like very professional. But it's probably happened. With some other presidents, it's probably happened. Then again, I'm Venezuelan, so I'm used to much worse. But it happens all the time. So it's just curses in general are incredibly casual in Spain. Do they say the P word that sounds like point in Spanish and involves someone's mother on TV? Ah, the full one. Cause okay, the word itself, uh, yeah, but it just means that. But madre is your mother, yes. Do they say that on TV? Here's the thing. You can say that something is really good by saying that, I don't know, it's de madre. So, probably. Some interviews, at the very least, definitely. It's happened. 100%. The pita bread. Mm-hmm. But with a U. It's not like I say fuck all the time, like literally on stream. Like, why am I tiptoeing around that word? I don't know. But we do say it literally all the time. But even then, like what I said, it's a good thing. But wait, if you say it with de madre, that's a good thing. If you say tu madre, I'm insulting your mother. So there's nuance to it. Also, Spanish people have a weird obsession with milk in their curses and expressions in general. They like to poop in it. They like to pretty much like MF in English. Well, yeah, yeah, legit, yes. Um, if you have mala leche, that means that you are unlucky. But if something is la leche, that means it's really good. Um, Also, a more strong variant of pooping in milk is this is an operating system stream, by the way, for anyone. I don't think there's anyone new joining right now, but just in case, this is important to. Okay, this is important to the kernel. Okay, this is important to the kernel. No, me cago en la leche. Dulce de leche. That's a different thing. And a stronger variant of that is instead of the milk, it's your ancestors. That's another one they like. Not just your mother, but like your grandmother, her grandmother, like generational insults. We have those. We have generational insults. But we are here to learn languages, yes. Not C. Spanish. C. We're here to learn C. I actually considered at some point translating using define some C to Spanish for whatever fucking reason, just for the sake of it. But I'm not gonna do that. Or am I? Maybe next time you see me stream, this is gonna be estático. I need to start saying poop in your milk in English. That's because you don't even know the Venezuelan ones. I feel like we're on a different level. We have a lot of very colorful insults. Italians, not so much. If I have to choose out of all the languages that I speak to insult someone, I'm choosing Venezuelan Spanish. Just with the sucker, you can do a lot. Just the possibilities are fucking endless. And again with the mother, there's a lot to do with mothers. Actually. All right. Well, we've learned sí, we've learned sé, we've learned me cago en la leche, we've learned tu puta madre, the word that I was trying to avoid just came out. Let's leave it at that before I start spewing insults. There's great dialogue from an Indian show. I don't know that I would want to show it necessarily, especially now if it's copyrighted. No, but feel free to drop the link. I might check it out later. Also, I don't think you can drop links on YouTube, so maybe you won't be able to. That if I say it to someone, they will punch me in the face. See that? Okay, for a lot of Latinos, that could be insulting their mother. But for a lot of Spanish people, I guess, kind of. Not really, not as strong. Again, cursing is so normalized in Spain. That I feel like there isn't something that you could say that makes people punch you in the face. But in Latino Spanish, yeah, you say something about their mother, there's a possibility that it can happen. Or there's a possibility that, you know, they just won't give a shit, or they will insult your mother as well. In Italian, the most creative you can get is insulting any Christian figure, but it is also one of the worst things you can do. Actually, that's I was talking about Italian brain rot, and I said the only thing funny about that is that in one of them, they have one of those insults, and people in the comments, at least on TikTok when I saw it, were just freaking out over using that word. So that's possibly the worst thing you can say in Italian. It is gangster threatening to kill an uncle. The uncle gets a dying wish. He uses it to abuse him, his dad, his grandpa. But when he abuses his grandpa on his mom's side... Right, we're waiting in anticipation for the second part of the message. He shoots the uncle because he says his mom's family is actually... Damn. Alright, yeah, I don't think you can link it. And if you can, I definitely cannot watch it on here. Even if it's copyrighted. I don't want to have my first copyright strike based on that. Come on, I was just... No, I'm sorry. I was just showing, like, generational insults. We were talking about that. But you're doing an operating system development stream. Got a little derailed. You know how it is. ADHD and all that. Undiagnosed, but let's face it. Cholo de leche. See, Mexican Spanish is not my strong suit. So, not entirely sure what that means or if it has a meaning. Yeah, if you want to learn Venezuelan, we have a lot. We have a lot. But for something like gangster of milk, just adding stuff to milk as you said. Oh, okay, cholo. Yeah, okay. No, the milk thing, like me cago en la leche, es la leche, estoy de mala leche, que mala leche. Those are two different things, by the way. They're the same words, but they mean different things. One means that you're in a bad mood, the other one means you're unlucky. Same exact words, just context changes them. Same way that de puta madre is a good thing and tu puta madre is a bad thing. If you're not paying attention, it sounds exactly the same. All right, we've really gotten to the spewing insults part of the stream, so let's just stop it here. I believe that may be enough insulting of mothers and milk and the Holy Trinity. That one didn't happen. That one could actually get me my stream demonetized. No, this probably can't. This probably can't. Like I said, primetime TV. So, unfortunately, while we were still in the middle of getting work done, clearly. That's gonna be it for today. We actually did get work done. We have an entire pathfinding system implemented and path following, which was harder than I thought it was gonna be, because of floating humans. So that's working. I did crack the path following eventually. Yes. And I fixed the bug that I was gonna leave for Wednesday, so that's good. It was a systemic bug. It required re-engineering the solution, so quite a big one. All right, next up is I wrote down map because we have 9 rooms in the house, and currently one of them has 3 objects: a fridge, a TV, and a bed. And one of them has 3 people that all look the same. So we should probably put a few more things in a few more rooms of the house and see if the humans actually, and put the humans in different rooms of the house and see if that leads to, you know, slightly more interesting content, slightly more interesting behavior from them, instead of just, you know, going up, left, into the room, and then go into the same 3 appliances that exist. Although, it works. It's good. It's not bad. We just need to actually populate the world. And maybe make some art. Maybe work a little bit on, you know, making the TV look like a TV instead of a square. Or making the fridge look like a TV. Like, hopefully not like a TV. But like a fridge and not like a square. And making the bed look like a bed and not like a square. That's probably the scope of Wednesday's stream. However, it's gonna be a chill one. There's not gonna be a whole lot of programming. Hopefully, it's gonna be a little bit more relaxed, because I do need that. I have to admit, game development can be fun when you're not building the entire thing. Operating system development is fun when you're building the entire thing, apparently. I have a weird definition of fun. Can Jester cameo in the game? He might. I was gonna make Jester a costume. A little, you know, ghost sheet thing. But I needed something to practice sewing on, so I didn't. Until I buy some proper fabrics to practice on, which is probably gonna be either tomorrow or Thursday. Who am I gonna dress up as? Myself. For Weeb. Does the ghost get a Santa hat in December? He might. He might. We might do that. Halloween. Well, that means I have to dress up like an anime character, right? I do try to dress like a JoJo character, but that's just my fashion inspiration. That's not a costume. Also, okay, I don't think I'm gonna dress up for Halloween, but instead I'm gonna tell you a story. Actually, 2 stories. One time, I didn't have anything to do on Halloween, but I still had to walk Jester, so I went to walk him. I just got dressed, left the house, walked him. Several people complimented me on my costume. Like, not just one or one group, like a few people. And to this day, I don't know what the fuck they were complimenting me for. So that's just the style of clothing that I wear. Also, a while ago, like a few weeks ago, I went to watch The Conjuring. God awful movie, but I went to watch it. And I did dress not like I would for the grocery store, but also not. I didn't put particular effort into it. And my friend that I went to watch it with had just been to Romania, and her grandma gave her a bunch of clothes that she was wearing. And when we got to the concession stand at the movie theater, they said, "Oh, you guys are here for The Conjuring, right?" Just from our outfits, because apparently I was dressed like a demon and she was dressed like a nun. So I'm not gonna dress up for Halloween, but I might unintentionally dress up for Halloween. Apparently I do that every day. All right. So stay tuned for that. And I don't know if Jester's gonna be able to wear a ghost costume this year, but maybe next year my sewing will be good enough that I'll be able to make him dress up as Jester and Jester dress up as you. I've considered it. Maybe by next year, though, my sewing is going to be so good that I'm going to be able to make Jester a proper costume. So far, the only thing I've done is made a very tiny tank top for this random thing. Again, out of an old sheet that was supposed to be Jester's costume. But hey, for the first thing I've sewn ever, that's not half bad. All right. So Halloween costume, it's gonna be a no. But you might genuinely think that I'm wearing one, and I'm okay with that. All right, that's gonna be it for today. I do believe it's been over an hour of just talking about insults and then Halloween. And though 'tis the season. And that's enough. I should probably get to sleep because I do have work tomorrow. I do have stand-up meetings and other meetings. Oh, more meetings tomorrow. Jesus, it's exciting. I can't wait. I hope I'm able to sleep and I'm not too excited to sleep tonight. So with that being said, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I will see you on my next stream on Wednesday. Trabajo de leche. No. That's what farmers do with cows. Yeah, next stream is going to be on Wednesday. 8:30 p.m. CEST. That's 7:30 UK time, and you can translate to your own time zone from that. That's about it. I will see you then. We're going to be doing some less coding, more art related stuff. It's going to be a little bit more chill. It's going to be a little bit more off topic. It might be my off topic stream of the week. Might do it from the Mac. We'll see. Thank you. Good luck with your meetings today, I believe. I thought from the fact that you were at work that you were probably in the US or the America. I was gonna call it the Americas, but that's not really the correct name. It's America. But no, you're in India, so that's probably for the rest of the day. And thank you so much, everybody. I will see you on Wednesday, el miércoles, with an I.